Okay, starting the chat. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our first politic. I'm gonna fuck up the title already. Politics and sociology debate.
Hello, everyone.
Where everyone you hate is literally Hitler and Stalin.
I'm gonna fuck up the title already. Politics and sociology debate. Hello, everyone. Where everyone you hate is literally Hitler and Stalin. I'm gonna fuck up the title already.
I hear my.
Politics and sociology debate. Hello, everyone.
What the fuck's happening?
I had the YouTube on, and it was also saying what you were saying, but a few seconds after you said it. Whoa. But how am I going to speak in the chat now?
All right. What we're gonna do is have the stream on, but mute the stream, so we can be in the chat and not hear ourselves speak, because that was weird. Yeah. How about that?
Okay. So, mute.
So we're currently waiting for Mr. Mix. That's how we have to refer to him. He's getting an apple cider. And yeah, that's what we're currently doing right now.
Apple cider. Okay. I don't know what to do.
So
Hobbs, give me strength. That's got to be good. Maybe I should.
when is this shit going to start? I don't know. Whenever we want it to start. I think I have to turn off my camera. This fucking hangs like crazy. My laptop is. Is my camera fluent? Like, because for me it's just completely lagging.
Oh no, it is not fluent at all. Like, you'll say one thing, and then your lips will move to that in like 5 minutes. Like watching one of those old Cosgrove movies.
Yeah. All right, so I'll keep it that way then. Yeah, this is much better. Yeah. I have an official very bad laptop.
Does it take 10 minutes to
Yeah.
get that? Well, I'm sure it does. You're driving to the store. God damn.
So, who's here, by the way?
What do you mean, who's here?
We have 5 years. Hello, 5 years. I'm glad that you came to see us.
Maybe one of them. What was that? That was me.
I didn't do anything.
Wait 1 second. Let me check something.
Okay.
Is mine muted or?
You're.
No, it's muted. But I can hear I had heard my voice for a second. It was around here.
I have everything muted, so, and I'm wearing headphones, so that should be fine.
Oh, I'm not wearing headphones. But I heard some voice for a second.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not wearing headphones, that might cause problems.
That sounds ominous. Now I'm scared.
Well, if you don't wear headphones and you're talking to your laptop, right? So it'll echo, because it will record what you're saying. So
echo. Not working.
Well, it should be fine. So how's the chat doing today? As long as we're waiting, we're sorry that you have to wait. It's not our fault. It's the flamboyant New Zealander.
Wait. Yeah. Do a little dance.
Somebody pull the fire alarm. Nah. We're not gonna do that.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're professionals. Oh, there it goes again. Take away.
How long can it take to buy a fucking apple cider?
I know. That's I was just talking about that on my text to my phone. I guess he meant he was driving to get apple cider like at the store or something.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Maybe in New Zealand, if you want to buy an apple cider, it means to quickly fuck a prostitute or something. I don't know. I don't want to accuse anyone. What should be right in that thread? Rigid and linear. I already announced it on the group, so
Go make thread and Facebook group if you haven't, please.
plebs.
Oh, I always thought it was please.
Well, it's a Latin word, so
Oh,
it should be.
I don't know Latin.
It's,
Even after
well,
6 seasons of The Sopranos, I still don't know Latin for some reason.
well, I'm Italian, so it's kind of.
Oh, you're Italian?
Yeah, I'm Italian.
I thought you were German.
Well, I am. I'm both.
So that makes you Soprano plus Hitler?
I'm literally Hitler and Mussolini in one.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No, I mean I'm ethnically Italian. My parents are Italian.
Oh.
But they moved to Germany, and there was I born. So I see myself as German.
I identify as Mexican because my great grandpa was, and my grandma was, and my dad was, but I got the pale skin of the family.
Well, you know, Nazis in Germany would say I'm not a true German because, you know, I don't have German blood. So.
My great grandma was British.
British?
Weird. Yeah.
You Americans are all fucked up. I don't know. I mean, you have like all these white supremacist movements, but you're like the most muddy people out there. I mean, sorry, but.
Hey. Come on.
Sorry. I mean, there is no such thing. Like, you could probably not identify an American by genetics. It's just there's so much stuff in there. I mean, you cannot identify Europeans from each other. I mean, there's no like German gene or something. But I guess some fascists would try to argue against me here. Mud warriors. I'm not a mud warrior. I'm pure Italian bred. Dude, I'm like Herrenmensch, you know, just an Italian version. Where is this person?
Is he behind me? No.
I don't know.
No, it's not behind me. David Bowie's behind me. I don't know why I got that person. Stupid.
Apparently, we lost one viewer. Me talking about mud people has scared someone.
Probably not a Harry Potter fan.
Not a Harry Potter fan, no.
Yeah. So how about that? Red Sox. Yeah.
About what?
I don't know. I was making small.
Which Red Sox? What do you mean by that?
Oh no, I was talking about the Red Sox.
Oh, Red Sox?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
They've been doing something. Winning, losing. I don't know. I don't watch baseball.
Yeah, me neither. I'm fucking European. We don't do that. I mean, some of us do. It's just not popular.
Fucking European?
Yeah, like we don't watch baseball. Like some of us do.
What
But
do you watch? Cricket and
soccer?
rugby and
No.
football?
Soccer.
Foot?
It's called soccer.
I thought it was called football down there.
Well, it's called Fußball in German.
You mean like the thing with the you turn the knobs and it makes the thing go?
What is that?
Foosball, you know.
Oh
It's like
yeah, yeah.
the little tables, like table
Oh,
tennis.
like a table,
Yeah.
table soccer. Yeah, we call it Tischfußball.
Oh, my friend told you to fuck off. That's not good. That means he doesn't like you. That's not good.
Why doesn't he like me? Is he
I
is
don't
he
know.
xenophobic?
Didn't I already tell you I live in Alabama?
Yeah. Please, no xenophobes here.
Okay, no xenophobes here.
Safe space.
This is a safe space. This is a no. This is a safe space. Ah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I mean, the debate is gonna happen. Don't worry about that. Just a question of time. Yeah, I think Germans should be banned from YouTube. They're not funny.
Okay, then that was random.
No, someone said that in the comments.
I
No,
think
but I agree. You know, they're just they think they're funny. You know, they like make random YouTube live streams and make jokes and shit, but they're actually not funny.
Oh, I've seen those. I don't
Yeah,
understand it because I'm not German and I don't know how to make it into English. So
it's a German thing. You know.
I just assumed that they were doing the same stuff that Americans do when they're on YouTube, make
See, this
unfunny
is
comments about things and then act
yeah.
like they
See,
make funny comments and then get lots of money. Do they get any money down there, or is that how it works in
see,
Germany?
this is why Americans are bigoted. You know, you're so America centric. You know, you don't understand the world as it really is.
I'm sorry.
You better be. You better be.
Everybody hates on Americans because we don't know things. But we don't know things, so we don't know they're making fun of us.
It's actually fine. It's not that bad. I've had some interesting conversation with Americans sometimes.
This is not one of those times, is it?
No. I had some really funny ones. Like, so I was talking to this girl and she said, so I was talking to her. And I told her that I was from Germany, and she like at some point like randomly she interrupted me and she said, "So wait, is Ukraine in Germany?" And I'm like, Ukraine, like the country Ukraine, and you know, I was trying to give her like a way out, I guess, and then she's like, yeah, the country, like you're asking me if the country Ukraine is in Germany, and she's like, yeah. I said, well, no, it's a country in Eastern Europe. It's not in Germany. And she said, oh, I knew it. I knew that it's in Europe. And you know, like celebrated the fact that she knew it's in Europe. Like, okay, I don't even know what to say at this point.
Well, maybe she thought it was in Asia before. Who knows?
I mean,
Maybe,
yeah.
I mean, like maybe you think it's China, Mongolia, Ukraine. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, I wouldn't blame her for not knowing that, but how can you ask if Ukraine is in Germany? Like, this doesn't even add up.
I wouldn't know how you would not know it was in Europe at least. I mean, I could understand you mistaking it for being a place in Germany, but
I don't know. Seems quite weird to me. Yeah, so half an hour has fucking passed and this guy's not here. I'm starting to get pissed.
Shove a safe space up your ass.
This
That's
is
what.
not very nice. Who said that? It's in the comments?
No, that's my friend. He's
Oh, okay.
texting me during the. He doesn't want to be in the thing because he doesn't have a YouTube account, I bet.
Oh, I see. But wait, so he's listening to us though, right?
Yeah, but it's a little bit delayed, you know. You
Yeah,
probably heard
yeah.
the thing, the
I
whatchamacallit,
see.
from Ukraine.
Yeah.
I just typed down no response.
Can you? I closed Facebook now because it got on my nerves. Can you like write in the group to our friend where he's at?
Oh,
Not that.
okay.
Yeah, not that he fell
Where's
asleep.
that apple cider?
Does someone want to come on the stream and insult me or us? As long as we don't have our second debater.
Yeah.
Hope he's not dead.
No. Wait, do you think they have to go through like the woods to get apple cider in New
I
Zealand?
don't know
I
what he
mean,
looks like in fucking New Zealand. He could be, I don't know.
I don't know where people live in other countries. For all I
He
know,
could be
you could
living
live
like in
in
the fucking, I don't know, like a fucking jungle over there. I don't care. I don't even know how it looks like in New
I'm
Zealand.
reasonably sure New Zealand is not a jungle.
It's not a
Because
jungle?
I know that much. It's not a jungle because it's not like near the equator, is it?
No,
It's
it's
not
south of
that
it.
near the equator. It's not.
It's pretty south. It's quite far
Speaking
south.
of jungles, I've been watching Lost. That show really got bad after like the fifth season. What happened?
I haven't watched any episode of it, honestly.
Uh, I figured out that a lot of the characters are named after ancient philosophers. Well, not ancient, but like 1800s, 1600s. Like Bakunin's on that show.
Oh, really? That makes sense.
Yeah,
Fucking Bakunin.
he has an and he kills people, and he's Russian.
That makes sense.
Yeah, all of it makes sense. John Locke's in it too,
That's kind of cool.
not Thomas Hobbes. Makes me sad. John Locke's a cool character until he dies. Oh, I shouldn't have told you that.
Why did you
Everybody,
spoil me and 4 other people watching the stream? By the way, actually, I just noticed you're watching a stream and I'm watching the stream. So it's actually just 2 people in the stream.
oh, so there's only 3 people watching.
There's only 2 people watching.
How many people are watching? Oh, dang, somebody went out. Oh, yeah, you told me that earlier. I wasn't listening.
Well, this has happened. This is really unfortunate.
Really, really unfortunate. The most we've talked about is Lost, and I think that one story you told about the girl who didn't know that Ukraine was a country.
Yeah, very entertaining stuff, I know. Well, it's 5 watching now. I can tell another story. This is not as long and it's not as stupid, but this guy, huh?
Oh yeah.
What are you saying?
Oh. There's
What?
5 people watching now.
Oh, it's
My
5.
jig
Yeah,
worked. I should be just jigging.
We don't talk about free speech.
This is no longer a
Free
debate,
speeches.
is it?
Because I'm just a moderator, and we have one more person who's taking the position for pro free speech, and this person is getting a apple cider right now, which apparently takes fucking 100 million hours in New Zealand, because that's what New Zealanders do.
He said it was gonna be 20 minutes. Like 20 minutes.
Yeah, that was like 25 minutes ago. Though.
I don't know. Maybe he's not like lives out in the countryside and he wants to go buy some or something.
I don't know what's happening. But yeah, that's the.
He lives out in the countryside. Because of all those videos he does.
Yeah, maybe he's like doing his own apple cider.
I live out in the countryside. It's nice.
Yeah, maybe he's like going to a tree, you know, finding an apple tree and getting some apples from the tree, and
He's
then
making his own apple cider.
yeah, and in his car he has like an apple pressing machine, and he just like presses that shit, and then he brews it, and it takes some time, right? So until he has his personal brewed apple cider, and you know, now he's coming back. It's what New Zealanders do, I suppose.
I suppose.
Yeah.
I suppose.
I mean, if any one of you wants to come on the stream and talk some shit.
I could. Nope, don't five. I could get a book and start reading to
read a book?
It's bedtime.
We should read something funny though.
Yeah.
Do you know the Raven story? Called Raven.
Oh, I don't have any funny books. I only have.
I know something.
I don't know. What? You mean that story by Edgar Allan?
No. It's like a Harry Potter fan fiction.
I think.
Yeah. It's really fucking stupid.
Oh.
Yeah. This is something.
Have you ever heard of?
It should be banned. Because it's so horrible.
Have you ever heard of the movie Bat Pussy?
No, it sounds really bad though.
It is a porn, but it's like no. You listen. There's this movie called Bat Pussy, and it's porn, but it's like parody of Batman and Robin or whatever show back from the '60s.
Okay.
It is one of the worst pornographic films ever made. Agreed, including me.
Interesting.
Like, this is an entirely different story. Like, now I need the movies I've seen.
Well, I guess I have to put that on my shit list. All right, I'm gonna read you a story now because it's the best story. To those two people who are here, because we have to entertain ourselves, right? I mean, as long as we're waiting. Gonna do that. You should be able to see that now. Let me see if it's on the stream. Not yet. Okay, now it's on the stream. All right. So this is called My Immortal by XX Midnight Essence XX. So it's a fanfic about Harry Potter. And I'm just going to start reading it. Chapter 1. Special thanks, get it, cause I'm gothic, to my GF. Ew, not in that way. Raven, Bloody Tears 666, for helping me with the story and spelling. You rock. Justin, you're the love of my depressing life. You rock too. MCR rocks, which means My Chemical Romance.
Oh,
this was the beginning, right? This is just like an author's note. So, I just want to see how the chat reacted to it. Well, nothing. All right. Hi, my name is Ebony Darkness, Dementia Raven Way, and have long ebony black hair. That's how I got my name, with purple streaks and red tips that reaches my mid-bag, and icy blue eyes like limpid tears. And a lot of people tell me I look like Amy Lee. I'm not related to Gerard Way, but I wish I was, because he's a major fucking hottie. I'm a vampire, but my teeth are straight and white. I have pale white skin. I am also a witch, and I go to a magic school called Hogwarts in England, where I'm in the 7th year. I'm 17. I'm a goth, in case you couldn't tell, and I wear mostly black. I love Hot Topic, and I buy all my clothes from there. For example, today I was wearing a black corset with matching lace around it, and a black leather miniskirt, pink fishnets, and black combat boots. I was wearing black lipstick, white foundation, black eyeliner, and red eyeshadow. I was walking outside Hogwarts. It was snowing and raining. Oh, Castor Road. Nice. So I don't have to annoy you anymore with my German.
I was just about to say, I thought at Hogwarts you could only wear robes. So why was she wearing all this? Was
But
this against
she's goth. Okay, don't question it. Okay, write the guy. He should come on now.
Okay. I like that story. I miss it.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk about it later.
Yeah. Yeah. After the debate, when everybody else joins in and they're like, "Oh, what happened to the story you were telling us about the goth girl who went to Hogwarts and was a vampire and a witch?" That was more exciting.
I tell you the story. It's just fucking stupid. You can play. There's lots of drinking games out there where you can just like play it, and every time she mentions, "I'm wearing a black whatever," you have to drink. Well, at the end, you get fucking drunk. And it's fucking stupid. So, oh, there's me again. Hi. Can you write the guy so he comes on?
Can I do what now?
Can you text him anymore?
Text. Which one?
Message.
The
Mix.
guy that's coming on, whatever he's calling himself. I'm gonna tell him to get on the chat now.
All right.
Okay, there you go.
He has the link. All right. Chat on the chat now.
Yo, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
What's up? We can hear you. Good to see you.
I was late. Sorry, I was messing around a bit.
Yeah, we thought you were brewing your own apple cider.
No, I was just going up to Food Town to get some.
Okay. Is that like a New Zealand thing to do?
Yeah. It's our equivalent of 7-Eleven. And I like to drink during a discussion or during a debate, but I never drink beer. Beer is horrible.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're talking to the wrong person here as a German.
I thought so.
It's actually really offensive to me that you're saying that.
Uh-oh.
And I hope you're referring to beer in a more favorable way in the future.
Wait, I thought you identified more as an Italian, so you wouldn't care.
I'm ethnically Italian, but I identify as German. Is that okay?
He sounds more like a German than an Italian to me.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely not German. No, I grew up in Germany, you know.
Yeah, I could tell by the accent. You're like, hey man, don't insult beer, man. You're not
don't insult the beer, please.
Hey man, I don't appreciate when you're insulting the beer.
Next time the SS Blitzkrieg will come to New Zealand. Okay?
Oh man, people better not piss New Zealand off, eh? Our fucking military will come to your country, we'll smash a park bench, over rubbish bin.
New Zealand has a military? I always thought
Yes,
it was
this
just
is
like
the first he's hit. This is the first he's hit.
Yeah. Probably like consistent of sheep or something. I don't know.
I always
Yeah.
thought they just like live in packs or something, like the ancient Indians or something from here.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Actually,
that's funny.
the city I live in has 1 million people in it, and like other New Zealanders give us shit. They're like, oh, these city faggots, you know. But I'm like, bruh, Auckland is epic. Don't chat shit, mate. Like,
I'll be coming at some point. It's on my list. But all right, since we're already late, we should kind of like start into our business.
Some guy in the chat just said the debate's over.
Debate's over, yeah, because you
Because
don't like
you
you don't like beer,
you don't like beer. So now we're done.
which I think is pretty accurate.
Wait, let me
I win.
chat.
Yeah.
Hey, guy in the chat. I also hate reggae as well. So if you're looking for a list of fuck Mixolydian reasons, that you can add that to the list.
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly like put up the framework. How I was thinking we should do that. So pretty much, I'm gonna be a moderator in this debate.
All right.
I'm gonna let you guys speak your mind. I will maintain the freedom to somehow interrupt you in some time and give maybe an opinion or question your reasoning or question why you think whatever you're thinking. Just trying to be an aggressive questioner.
Aggressive. You gotta interrogate us, bro.
Yes. No, it's very important that we have a fact-based and reasoned approach to this. And I also have, so if we should run out of things to talk about, I do have a very interesting list of court cases in Europe which people were convicted for hate speech. So basically, we could talk about these and find out, is that something we would want, or is that a rightful case of hate speech, or is hate speech even a thing, right? Things like that. I guess it's something. Yeah.
This is the exact kind of conversation that the SJWs don't want to be happening.
Yeah.
Like, no matter which side of the issue you're on, like the people in power, the establishment, the SJWs, they do not want this kind of debate to be held. Like, basically reasoned, sound, logical debate.
To me, the problem, I guess, arises if it's just like somehow feeling based, like, oh, I don't know, this idea offends me. This can't be talked about, which is somewhat different from what I would say actual hate speech, or at least what that word should mean, And this is something I want to talk about before we start discussing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What we kind of like definitions, right? So before I finish my sentence, freedom of speech, in its most narrowest sense, if you use it in the most narrowest sense, and I'm just introducing concepts right now, right? Freedom of speech means that the government is not allowed to punish you for any speech you do, right? You're allowed to say whatever you want without the government infringing upon your freedom of speech. And you hear this from SJWs, they'll say, you can say whatever you want, but if we platform you, if you get banned on Facebook, if you have to face the consequences for your speech, right? That's what you'll hear about them. If you have
that's their catchphrase. That's like the SJW catchphrase. Free speech, but not free from consequences.
Yeah, right. So this is kind of like the framework we're moving in, I guess, right? So this is a narrow definition of freedom of speech, and a more broader definition, I'd say, is kind of like just the idea, the principle of expressing yourself and expressing ideas, and being able to talk about it, and not, being shut down just because you have that opinion. And this is kind of like a basic principle that is somewhat different from what SJWs want to push, I guess, or which one of these frameworks. And so I guess in that kind of like framework we should move. And so hate speech, in that sense, is speech that is not freedom of speech or it's not free speech because it's it goes counter against this. Well, okay, I lost my train of thought here.
Okay, no, I get what you mean. Okay,
Yeah.
If I were to define hate speech, I think hate speech is kind of like, it's like a sexually transmitted disease, right? Hate speech is like AIDS. Does AIDS exist? Yes. Is it also a thing to go around shaming people, going, oh, I bet that guy has AIDS. I bet that guy's a faggot. He must have AIDS. Oh, I bet that slut has AIDS. That is also a thing that could happen, right? So, I mean, are there people with genuinely negative intentions who want to foster hatred towards a group? Yeah, there are. But there are also people who want to use the accusation of them having that intent to try and bring them down, shut them down, get them booted off the media, get them no platform, get them discredited, when really, and I'd say an example of people who've been at there, our mate Majid Nawaz, he's had a lot of people say, oh, Majid Nawaz is an Uncle Tom, he's a native informant, he's an Islamophobe, even though he's actually a Muslim himself, you know, like Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, various people who are very reasonable have had people try and shut them down with this hate speech, and it's just like the equivalent of saying that slut has AIDS, you know, with no proof.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. And so, yeah, well, why don't we start then? I guess this was kind of like definitionary introduction. Or you want to add something to that, Tristan? How you see hate speech?
Do I want to add anything?
Yeah, I was just thinking if you want to add anything. It's fine.
Well,
I'm just asking.
being an Alabama citizen of many years, I've come to see that hate speech is bad. And how do I know this? Because everybody wants to see it, but nobody gets to. So there'll be like little circles of people, and they'll be talking, and they'll say, oh, see that guy? He's black. You know what that means? He's poor. We should kick him because he's poor and he's black. Now, do I think this is cause to be aggravated? Yes. At these people, yeah, it's definitely cause to be aggravated because they're saying these things. But is it a reason to get so riled up against them like the SJWs do? Probably not. That's all I have to say about it.
The question for me would arise then, right? From establishing, well, there's something wrong about, you know, saying you're black and you should be kicked. And that's pretty obvious. But then the question for me arises, like, how do you counter that? Right? Like, what do you do about that? And it seems to me, at least, if I'm giving my opinion again, than just, like, shutting down this conversation without, like, actually saying why this is wrong and give reasons why it's wrong to, you know, say...
Black people, that you have to give a reason that it's wrong to kick black people. I thought that would be self-evident.
Nothing is, in my opinion, nothing is self-evident. Everything needs to be explained.
All right, I can explain.
That, yeah.
Tommy, you need to know how to breathe now. It's not self-evident how to breathe.
All right,
teach you.
All right, I can explain that. Right, it is self-evident to us that it is wrong to hate black people. It wasn't always self-evident. The prevailing morality of the time, just a couple of hundred years ago, was that, yeah, of course black people are inferior. And slavery is fine. Just read the Bible. There's slavery in it, right? And the people to stand up to that had to go against the prevailing morality of the time. They had to use words in a way that was seen as obscene and against the status quo, right? To bring about a positive change. So if there had been no hate speech allowed laws back then. Hell, they probably were. They probably had to get around no hate speech, like, you say that slavery is wrong, but it says there's slavery in the Bible. This is hate speech against Christians, or maybe it's hate speech against white people because you're going actively against the interests of a few slave owners, like. But the reason it's self-evidently wrong is because you have to judge people by their actions and their words and their ideas, not by things that are beyond their control, which is why it's wrong to be racist, sexist, against retards, against gays, etc., etc.
Against retards. Who would be against retards? What do you have against them? Oh,
Hitler?
He stood on my shoe while he was talking. He's retarded. I gotta kill him now.
Well, I mean, if you're not a Hitler didn't do nothing kind of type, I guess Hitler kind of killed the disabled people.
Obviously, Hitler was a human rights activist back in his day, don't you? He didn't do nothing wrong.
Didn't do nothing.
He let the black guy run, so
But yeah, that would be what I'd say. But I'd say it's kind of like the gun control debate. People say the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun,
bigger
right?
gun.
The only thing that can stop a fucking idiot with hateful ideas is a fucking boss with good ideas who's free to say whatever he wants without some faggy SJW coming along and being like, "Oh no, that's hate speech. We gotta censor him."
What you doing with
Okay.
that?
So there's something interesting about this, though. So that's kind of like assuming that in the free market range of ideas, somehow good ideas win, right? I mean, this is kind of like this positive attitude towards it. But let's assume, negative ideas are winning. Let's assume fascism is on the rise, and it's like 40% of the people. And they will take away your rights. I'm not gonna argue about if fascism really does these things. Let's assume that's what they want to do. They want to kill.
Okay.
Isn't it
right?
just say the? Never mind.
I can name another ideology that is very popular that actually controls governments around the world that has that very idea. I'm not going to name names. This ideology. It starts with an I. It ends with Islam.
Mm-hmm.
It's practiced in places like Saudi Arabia and North Africa. I'm referring, of course, to right-wing Christianity.
All those big wigs and
Honestly, I know what you're getting at. Yeah.
But bro, I can't really say any more because some very wise European Union people have put in a law saying that if you criticize a homophobic and misogynistic ideology that actively states that it wants to take over the world, that's hate speech. And let's be honest.
But you can make fun of Christianity all you want.
Yeah, but let's assume that for a second, for the sake of the argument, right? Let's assume you can put with fascism. You can put in political Islam, a theocracy. You could put in communist if you're an anti-communist. Let's just assume an ideology like that is on the rise. And they will take away your rights, right? At which point would it be feasible, even if they're not using force, to, is there ever a point to ban their freedom of speech, I guess? And if not, why?
Well, I guess if it got to the point where they were in a position to take away your rights, it'd probably be too late to ban their freedom of speech. Because I mean, if they're, but I get the point, right? If 1984, let's say INGSOC is about to take over, like I say, I think the only way you could really stop them is by defeating their ideas, and to defeat their ideas, you need to be unhindered. You need to have free access to straightforward, no nonsense, no bullshit, un-PC language to refute their ideas. And basically, this is what's happening now with radical Islam. Like, we have dropped so many bombs on these people, and it's only got worse. Now, I mean, like, should you kill terrorists? Absolutely. Fucking murder all of them, sure. But more terrorists are springing up because we failed to defeat the ideology. We failed to convince the people in these regions that radical political Islamism is wrong. So, like what March is always saying.
But we bombed them into democracy, and now they don't like it. That's why there is Islam. That's why there is Islam, because we bombed them into democracy, but they didn't want democracy.
My point there was that you can't necessarily use force to stop an idea. Like, I mean, I know it can be
for vendetta.
It can be tempting to be like, fuck these people, these fucking political Islamists, they're shit cunts, let's bomb them. That's what I think too. But at the end of the day, the only thing that can stop a bad idea is a good idea.
But how do we determine if something's a good idea or not? Like fascists, they think they have the good idea.
Well, exactly. This is why I'm arguing against the idea of ruling out hate speech, because nobody is really, in my opinion, in my mind, I mean, the answer is simple. Anyone who says we should censor hate speech, say, right, which individual would you trust with the power to decide what is hate speech and what isn't? You know, presumably you want someone objective, someone neutral. I don't think a human being like that exists on this planet, and if they do, they're like the weirdest, most robotic autistic on the planet. You know, I don't think any government that I would trust to do that exists.
Well, but that's how theocracies rise, because they say that because they speak through a God that understands everything, that they can have the right to take away any rights that they see fit.
Yeah. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to, by saying that even if you think what I'm saying is hate speech, you can't censor me, we're basically putting a block against those kind of people who are like, oh, trust me, mate, I've been talking to God, mate. We got to round up these fags, mate. Or, you know, radical feminists who are like, oh, trust me, mate. I know, mate. Oh, it's the patriarchy, mate. We've got to round up all these white males.
I've been talking to God, mate. He tells me these things in my dreams when I'm smoking pot and weed and drugs.
Just to clarify that idea, I mean, no one's arguing that a single person would determine what hate speech is. I mean, some SAWs might do that, right? But like, I guess the idea behind a legal framework of hate speech would be, you know, a court system, like the Supreme Court or something, right? Because it's a fundamental right. It would be one of the highest courts deciding whether your speech was hate speech. It wouldn't be just a random person. It would be a impartial, transparent court decision where you could make, it wouldn't be an authoritarian kind of like, this is bad and you can't say it. It would be a process, right? At least that's what it should be in theory, right?
That's what it should be in theory. The thing is, I guess I did say name an individual you would trust, but I could just as easily say name a political movement. Even I come from a pickup background, right? Even pickup artists aren't perfect when it comes to free speech. On the pickup forums, you can say whatever the fuck you want, but if you start mentioning other pickup companies and being like, you know, I reckon these other pickup guys had a better idea, your posts will get deleted. And so, me personally, I'm thinking, okay, the group that I trust the most, I can't even trust them to enforce even debate properly. So how the fuck am I going to trust the government? I wouldn't trust the New Zealand government, let alone the fucking Greek government or the Russian government or the Canadian government or the American government. You know, like,
hey, slow down now. I live in America.
I have to inform you that this hate speech, we're not tolerating this kind of hate speech against our fellow human beings. No,
That's true. I apologize to Greece, and I apologize to Russia and America, but not to Canada. Fuck Canada. If you are from Canada and you do not deserve to take your next breath.
As an American, I agree with you. Canada is just waiting there for America to take it over.
Yeah,
So-
I don't think it should be called Canada. I just think it should be called Cantada because they can't do shit.
What you talking about?
Yeah, but yeah.
So that's my response. Basically the too long didn't read version is individuals, groups, countries, they have their own interests. They're not objective. They're not pure. They have baser, dirty motivations, just like anyone. So I would not entrust them with the power to silence others.
So,
But what are their dirty intentions?
but what if
are giving
the
away?
individual and yeah?
Like, what do you do then? Do you just abolish government? We can say whatever we want. We can do whatever we want. Yeah, na. Fuck all.
I would say, me personally, if you look at the political compass, I'm in the green square. I'm in the bottom green square. So basically, I do think the government is important for some things, like protecting the environment, keeping corporations in check, welfare. I don't necessarily want homeless people and old people to starve to death. I don't want rapists and murderers to get away with it. Refugees welcome. I don't want any of that shit, right? So we got to have a government, but I think there should be a very clear line where we say this is what the government's for, and this is what it fucking isn't for. It isn't for moralizing. You know, in the mainstream media and shit, they're all like, oh, let me tell you what's moral, what's acceptable, let me tell you right from wrong. And you're just like, why the fuck should these people get to decide right from wrong? They're just trying to appeal to a certain political demographic so that people will watch their show, people will click on it, they'll get ad revenue, they'll make money. This is actually something that you could say against capitalism. Like, I'm not a Marxist or anything, but one thing you could say about capitalism is it incentivizes people to lie in order to get people's attention, you know, like to stir up, you know, they'll say, hate speech, oh, hate speech, and then everyone will get fucking mad, they'll click the link, more ad revenue for the companies, they make money by instilling fear and distrust in the populace.
The wealth of nations isn't happy that you said that.
The wealth of nations isn't actually like Adam Smith wasn't like extremely free market, like a free market, of course, but he did speak for social security types of measurements. Little known fact, they did.
I wouldn't know. I haven't read it yet.
What would Adam Smith and Ayn Rand say if they got in an argument? Like, was Adam Smith as far as Ayn Rand, who's like super capitalism, raw? Because I gotta say, I like a lot of her writings, but some of her ideas were a bit, I don't know. Nah, I think there should be welfare and shit and environmental protection. Fight me.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, Ayn Rand goes into this territory where I think she not denies it. She ignores human nature. We are social creatures. We are individuals, but we also evolved in social context with each other. There's no denying that. Every system, every society we create has to take into account that we evolved to be social creatures. We are individuals, and the government or any society needs to protect the right of the individual first, but we also live together somehow. And
yeah.
I think to just say rational self-interest in a world where we're not completely rational, it's not applicable. You know, we have bounded rationality. We are always bounded by our emotions, by, you know, we don't know all the benefits and costs of the decisions we make. We're not perfect. We're irrational beings. So that's why completely trusting on individual decisions is not beneficial for a society. There needs to be some kind of group interaction.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's actually interesting. You talk about rational decisions. This is another thing I was going to count. This is another thing I was going to count in the argument in favor of free speech. You know, often people have opinions, but they know that it's
have opinions.
Yeah, people have opinions, but they know it's not acceptable to express these opinions on Facebook, right? But they're opinions that other people should know about it, because, like, you want to know what other people are thinking so that you can make informed decisions on how to act, right? So if people are thinking one thing about, say, I don't know, let's say women, say someone has an opinion on women, they think it's an accurate opinion, but if they say it on Facebook, they know all these women will be like, fuck you, and all these white knights will be like, fuck you, and one or two women will be like,
what do you mean women should be able to vote? How dare you?
You know what I mean, though, right? And like, honestly, it would probably benefit the women to know what this guy is thinking of them. You know, if some bitch has a problem with men, I don't want her to be censored, because censoring her isn't going to stop her from thinking that. If there's some woman who thinks that men are dumb, rapey, emotionally retarded animals, I want to know that so that I can predict what this bitch is going to do, so I can stay the fuck away from her. If we have some hate speech law that says, you can't say that about men, it's sexist, well then how the fuck am I going to know what to do around it?
I think this is a good...
say it anyway. Like, what if they're just going to be quiet about it? Like, you know, they're just like, oh, I hate black people, but if I tell them that, something bad's going to happen, whether you can say it or not. You know that. Yeah. So, what, would you say that we should put a gun to their heads and tell them how they feel about black people? So, we should... That doesn't seem fair either. So...
The thing is, often, this is an example, in talking about black people, it's important to remember that black people aren't a monolith. You know, black people disagree with each other all the time. And
really?
and like, I see some, there's this black guy, right, known Tommy Sotomayor. Have you guys seen him?
No, I haven't heard of him.
This black guy, Tommy Sotomayor, he is like, he goes off. Like, I see what he says about other black people, and sometimes I'm like, whoa, shit, mate, that's pretty far. But then again, what the fuck do I know? A, there are barely any black people in New Zealand. The only black people we have are African immigrants. They're black, but they got a totally different culture. They got a different accent. You know, we don't have like black people who were born here. We don't have very many of those at all. So I don't really know a context, right? But when he goes off, he talks about black people stealing other black people's shit. He talks about gangbangers. He talks about murderers. He basically has this video where he just like rips on black people for 15 minutes straight. Now, like,
what's the title of that video? Black guy rips on black guy for 15 minutes.
Well, see, he's not the only one, right? Like, that guy T, who's like a libertarian, he recently released this video, and it's really powerful, where he was dissing Black Lives Matter, and he basically said, at one point, he said, yo, you say fuck the police, and you riot, and you throw shit, and you burn shit, and then you, even if you're not doing it, you're filming it, and you're like, yeah, world star, nigga, yeah. And he's saying, like, white people are peeping that shit. Like, your lawyers are peeping that shit. Who the fuck's gonna hire you when they see on the internet, they see you on Twitter being like, oh shit, bitch, can't throw down. And he's getting real impassioned about it. And he basically in the end, he's like, all you're doing is you're amounting to nothing. You're gonna be an ain't shit nigga. And like, I mean, a lot of people would say that's hate speech, but I've just been informed. I know more about his worldview now. I know more about the social issues, you know, like, I don't necessarily think there should be some law saying, oi, that guy T, we clocked you saying nigger, and we also clocked you talking about Black Lives Matter in a disparaging manner. You have violated the Facebook community standards, and you will get a 30-day post block.
But that happens.
I know, right? Like, that's actually, I want to fight the libertarians about this. All these libertarians saying, oh, they're a private company. They can censor anyone they want. Oh, they can trample all over my rights as long as it's not the government doing that. Fuck off. If someone hires a private militia and they shoot you in the fucking head, are you going to be like, oh, at least I'm not getting murdered by the government, so it's kind of okay?
Well, I guess, I mean, I have to kind of defend libertarians here because they wouldn't, I mean, the
That's
non-aggression principle applies, right? They can't just hire a militia and fucking shoot you in the head, right?
Okay, that's true.
Can't they?
That's true.
That's how free market works,
I mean,
isn't
they
it?
can, but it's not, you know, it wouldn't at least not be in line with their theoretical construct of the.
Theoretically, you can hire a militia to get somebody to shoot them in the head.
Well, the militia would be a self-defense kind of thing, right? But we're getting off charts here.
Sorry.
I wanted to show you guys something, and maybe you've heard about him, and I think it's kind of interesting. I'm gonna do a screen sharing thing,
Okay.
but I'm gonna also read it so you'll be able to see it. Okay, is it on? No, shit, I turned it off again. And that's you.
I just read the chat. People from New Zealand don't deserve another breath, you cider drinking fucker.
Oh my god, he said it himself.
Oh my
Okay.
god, hate speech. We gotta shut everything down. I am triggered. I need a safe space.
Okay, I'm sorry that I couldn't provide a safe
You
space
know,
for
he
you.
told me to tell you that, but I didn't want to say it.
All right. So this is you can see. Can you see it on my screen or?
I can see it.
Yeah,
I
I can
heard
see it.
Mark-
Repressive tolerance.
Repressive Tolerance by Herbert Marcuse, or
I said
Marcuse,
it.
whatever you're gonna spell this guy.
Marquis.
And so basically, a lot of people say that there's all this regressive mindset and shutting people down, all this SJWism. It comes kind of like from his theories, a critique of pure tolerance, where he says basically you can't be tolerant against the intolerance. And so part of his argument is saying, so what if free speech leads to indoctrination? Like people talk about, like you get so much hammered by a certain narrative, right? Like the majority of people think about something, and you know, let's say a fascist, Islamist ideology or whatever, things like that, right? So he says, and universal toleration becomes questionable when its rationale no longer prevails, when tolerance is administered to manipulated and indoctrinated individuals who parrot as their own the opinion of their masters, for whom heteronomy has become autonomy. So basically, when they're not individuals anymore, but kind of like just completely brainwashed people who, you know, got radicalized online, and you know, we're talking about radicalized Muslims, for example, right? And just parrot this view. And is that a free speech that we should allow? You know, is that not an intolerant, kind of like not individual kind of thing?
I guess, actually, Tristan, maybe you should go first.
I wasn't listening. I'm sorry to say this, but I jumped away for a second to type in the chat, and I was not listening.
Okay. Let me say it in different words again. It's kind of like, if the majority of ideas that are floating around are oppressive, and
Did
holding
you already say that?
right, then people and people are getting indoctrinated by that without thinking, you know, without rationally accepting those ideas, but just getting indoctrinated. Can we say that we're protecting this individual's free speech?
No, that's my entire point. That's my entire point. Somebody can say something. They can be pretty words or whatever, and then a bunch of idiots will hear it and be like, pretty words. Me like pretty words. And then they'll just follow that person into hell and back, and then... So should we hinder their free speech, or should we hinder the people who say that's free speech, or is even talking about this just talking about what they want us to talk about?
Okay, I got something to say about that. Unsurprisingly, I think that in the case of these people who are wanting to indoctrinate, right, whether it's Scientologists, feminists, Islamists, you know, these people, they always want to have a safe space. They always want to have a space where their ideas cannot be questioned. And the reason they want that is because rational people like me will come along and be like, you're full of shit, mate. Prove it. You know, they'll be like, we live in a rape culture. Men think women are objects. And the standard response will be like, prove it, faggot. So they have to be like, oh, we need a...
No, you can't say faggot on Facebook. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah. I got fucking banned for 7 days. See, but people... I mean, you're right, but people will say, and I had this exact discussion about rape culture with a feminist at a Milo event, and I said, right, so where's the evidence for that kind of rape culture you're talking about, right? Well, like, and she's like, but this is experience. This is an experience for women. You know, you don't need to prove it. She didn't say you don't need to prove it, but it's real because I feel it's real. You know, how do you counteract that? Because it's real in a way. Right?
That's why I've no longer questions about whether that's right or not, because I feel like it's true. It must be true.
Here's what I feel like. Feminists talk a big game about lived experiences and about being empathetic, but they are not fucking empathetic at all to my lived experiences. My lived experiences are, I see a hot girl, I feel turned on. For years, I couldn't get laid, right? Because I had, like, awkward Asperger's, bad social skills. So for years, just because there's this one flaw in my personality, I'd never get any sex. And I walked around feeling shit about it and hating myself about it. Feminists never did shit. Some feminists I know in my social circle would mock me. The only people who would help were pickup artists, and they'd teach these things. And feminists now would say, like, oh, you just think women are objects. And it's like, no, I just like sex. You can't tell what's in my head. You know, my lived experiences are, I hated myself, some pickup artists fixed it, now I don't. And I don't think women are objects. I think that most of them are just people that I'm not even interested in. They're just boring people. A few are people I'd like to have sex with. You know, like, but do you see what I mean, right? They're denying my lived experiences. Whereas whenever I say your feminism is bullshit, they'll suddenly go, my lived experience doesn't matter. So if they're going to use that lived experience as shit, they need to listen to our lived experiences as well. They don't do that. So I'm inclined to say, fuck your lived experiences. Until you listen to mine, I don't have to listen to yours.
But Mix, here's the thing. You're a fucking white male. And your lived experience doesn't matter.
Oh,
I don't have that problem. I'm a ginger male. Different.
You're a double white male, actually.
Hey!
No, but honestly, this is what they'll say, right? And you're like, oh, you don't have the experience. You can't validate my experience. Somehow I can invalidate your experience by saying it. As if that would make your experience untrue, right?
Here's the thing about that. If they say that they, as a woman, feel afraid or oppressed or whatever, I'm not going to deny it. I don't know what's in their heart. It might be true. But as soon as they start talking shit about men or about other women's experiences, I got to say, are you a fucking psychic? They say, all women feel threatened. You're not all women. You don't speak for all women. Can I speak for all men and tell you to fuck off? No. You know, and then they say, you women are objects.
You offend people.
Yeah, then they say,
most of them are big enough to be all women.
Okay, that was good. Can we have a round of clapping for that? No, it was good.
I hope Trigglypuff doesn't watch fucking Tristan in Alabama. She's gonna come down.
Off this YouTube.
Brave apologist. Oh man, see that was the thing. This was an example. This was an example. You know how everyone called it Trigglypuff? Those people at DePaul University people were calling the guy from DePaul University Nigglypuff, and I was like, oh, I don't think you should say that, because, you know, like, there are black people who are on our side who will hear it and feel shit, and, like, what's the point in alienating them? I mean, I know it's just a joke, but still.
Yeah, see, where I make the difference, so, right, political correctness, that's basically what we're talking about, right? Like, trying to censor people to adhere some kind of political correctness. And I do think I would make a distinction and say there's political politeness and there's political correctness. And political politeness is kind of just not being an asshole. This is what SJWs put forward and say, oh, but you just want to be an asshole, and that's why you protect free speech and things like that, right? I say, you know, you should be politically polite. I think you don't have to, obviously, but so earlier, and maybe this guy is listening right now, I posted a picture of Blair White, right? And I was referring to her as her, right? I said she, and he's like, oh, haha, implying that it's a she and things like that, right?
Oh,
I don't. Why should I call her? Right? Why should I say that? It just makes me, just being a fucking edgelord, you know. And you can do that. I mean, I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
But you know, and that's
okay. Here's the thing. I actually have a lot of opinions on this particular thing. I'll say this. This is an example of how to stop a bad idea, you need a good idea. I was in an argument once.
You need a gun. There needs to be a gun involved in anything.
Okay, you need a good idea and a gun. Like, but like this
You're
dude.
You're gonna shoot the guy with a bad idea.
See, the thing is, this dude kept being like, oh, fucking trannies are just making it up for attention. And I'm like, bro, trannies are serious. When they say I feel like a woman trapped in a man's body, it's because the IANH area of their hypothalamus, which is the bit of the brain that governs sexual behavior, is wired like that of a woman, or like that of the opposite gender. And there's also all these other differences in their brain, like gray matter density and stuff. So actually, they're not bullshitting. I mean, like, yes, biologically they are male, but they're also biologically feeling like a female. So their feeling of being female is biological as well. And, you know, you can take hormones in that to make you look and sound like a woman, and you can have surgery in that. And at some point, if someone has the mind of a woman, the appearance of a woman, the behavior of a woman, basically they become a woman in all these different ways, but they got a dick, you know, it's like scales, you know, the dick is outweighed by the fact that they're like a woman in every other way. And some SJW bitch came along and reported my post because I said the word tranny. Forget the fact that I was actually doing a decent job. I got blocked as well because of this. Like, I got banned. I was doing a decent job of convincing this transphobic bigot that transgender identities are valid. And some SJW bitch is just like, oh, he said the bad word. He said tranny. Ban him. Like, fuck.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. And so I personally think there is an argument to be made to use these kind of words. I was at a Milo event, and they were talking about faggots all the time.
Really?
And you know, he was
on his dangerous
Derek Rubin was there, and
I would not expect it.
Right? And they were referring as faggots to themselves, right? And somehow, like this blatant satire, you know, like this not walking on eggshells, you know, was somehow so liberating to me. Like, it felt like these are just normal persons. They're gay. I don't fucking care. But we're just making jokes about everything. And it felt like the most inclusive thing to do, to be able to make fun of something, you know, without repercussions. Just making fun of each other. And I felt this was a very liberating experience for me. And same, you know, if you force someone to walk on eggshells like that, you're always gonna be otherized. That's what Blair White says a lot, right? She says you don't want to be otherized as transgender or gay or, you know, whatever you are. You just want to be a normal person with different feelings and different ideas, whatever, right? But this is what HCWs do with these identity politics. They otherize you. You're somehow different. You're somehow, you know, you need to be separate and things like that. These are very disruptive, or how should I say,
divisive.
ideas that separate us. Divisive. That's what I'm looking for. The divisive ideas. They focus on what divides us, rather on what brings us together, which is a lot of stuff.
That is
same with
so
the alt-right,
true.
by the way. We could start about that. But they're doing the same thing.
The alt-right. Oh my god.
They're going
Let's
with
go
things that divide us and focus on it. There's stuff, right? There's stuff that divides us, but they're focusing only on that rather than on shared humanity, which we all have.
Okay, my beef with the alt-right, right? And if there are any alt-right lads watching this, I'm sorry, but somebody has to say it. And most of the people saying
we have to offend them.
They're faggot SJWs. SJWs can't explain anything. I can explain why I'm not into the alt-right, because it's not individualistic. I think most of the things that someone can do to improve their life are within their control. Most of the things that are going wrong in your life are probably in your control as well. You probably have a shit job because you didn't study hard enough, because you didn't look hard enough for a job. You probably have a shit physique because you chose to eat shitty food and you chose to not go to the gym, right? So it's no good having some ideology like feminism or Nazism where you're like, oh, it's the black guy's fault. Oh, it's the fucking immigrants' fault. Oh, it's men's fault. Oh, it's the patriarchy. Really, most of your successes and most of your failures are down to one person, right? One person. And this alt-right thing, it's all like, we're the fucking master race. We're awesome. My ancestors built this cathedral. Could your ancestors do that? You know, and they're like, look, we're the conquerors. We conquered America. Could you conquer America? It's like, yeah, but what have you done as an individual? You know, like... Yeah.
You haven't done...
An American separation
of George Washington.
But see, that's the thing. Anything that takes the focus away from the individual is shit, in my book.
It doesn't mean there is not a space for acknowledging what our ancestors did and things like that, right? I mean, obviously, civilization was built by people. I'm already hearing what those old white people are saying. Oh, the white people built our civilization. Yeah, you're shitting on them and things like that, right? Obviously, they did something. But you are accountable for your own action. You can't just go around and be like, oh, I don't know, the white people built this and this is mine somehow. No, you're not entitled to white culture or whatever. You have to do your own stuff. You have to prove your own worth.
And I'll say that just in case any alt-right people are watching this and they're like, oh, fucking cuck, race traitor. Look, I love being white. I look in the mirror at my white face and I feel awesome about it. I have green eyes. This is awesome. I feel good about it. I look at cathedrals that my ancestors built. I listen to Baroque music, and I'm like, fuck yes. I believe Western culture is better than every other culture on the planet. I prefer Western art. I prefer Western music. I prefer Western architecture. But if you're going around saying, I'm white, therefore I'm awesome, without focusing on yourself as an individual or your accomplishments, and you're pointing to some really accomplished black guy like Neil deGrasse Tyson or Tony McAlpine, and you're just like, he's black, I'm better than him. You're a fucking idiot. You're a douchebag. You don't understand individualism. You need to go back and read some more Ayn Rand.
You have to go back.
Yeah, you have to go back. You have to fucking go back.
To the
Get on the right side, bro.
Dun, 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 dun.
That was a quick excursion into alt-rightism.
Tristan, do you have any?
I want to quickly
say about alt-right? Do you have anything to say about the alt-right, Tristan?
They're dicks. I
will say this though. They keep saying that black people are on average 10 IQ points below white people. I'd say this might be true. Like, the science might be true. If the science is true, you can't deny it. But I'd say, what does that change? It's never been okay to treat people like shit because they're less intelligent. I mean, you don't go down to the mental hospital and be like, IQ point, 20 IQ points below me. Suck a dick, you know, like.
It's not like you go up to like No, never mind. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that.
See, he's
No,
on
it's not
the
a safe
anti-hate speech side.
I mean, I kind of agree. I mean, if it's a scientific fact that IQ's, it's a biological thing, which we don't know also, right? We know it's on average, but do we really know it's a biological thing? Because, black people in America, they do live very segregated. There's a lot of ghettos and shit, right? And there's a lot of stuff that doesn't necessarily has to be biological. But that aside, right? Let's assume it's true. There's still no reason why we should treat anyone differently, right? We're all individuals. We should measure ourselves, measure thing, and if we abandon that, we always start marginalizing people. We have to see each one of us as individual. That's a principle we have to uphold.
Yeah. That is one of the most important principles in life. That goes beyond even SJWs in politics. If you can't take individual responsibility and direct your own actions and be independent, you fucking suck at life.
Yeah. But there's also a social aspect. But yeah. I think first and foremost, you have to be personally responsible. Take power over your own life, and then you can go out and mold the surrounding. But first take power over your own life, and be in power over yourself.
This is actually something I think about, because like SJWs, they say they're on the side of black people and on the side of trans people and gay people and stuff, right? But if I wanted to really fuck with someone's confidence who was black, I would tell them all the shit SJWs tell them. Bro, you're never going to get a good job. Society is designed to fuck you over. Everyone's out to get you. If I was wanting to fuck with a gay person's confidence, I'd be like, yo, everyone hates you because you're gay.
It's just victimization.
Everyone's going to quit.
Victimization.
Yeah. So, I mean, like,
rather
this
than
is shit.
saying, hey, we're going to do this together. Let's help you. Let's do something together. Let's work with ourselves, trying to make a better world. No, it's being like, oh, the other ones are keeping us down, which might or might not be true. Let's even assume there might be something. But your first step is to make yourself, try to make yourself a better person, and then you can go on and change.
Exactly.
And it's not like
Remember that Cuck Lives Matter faggot? Like that black guy who was in the group recently, and he kept posting his melanin theories, like, I have constructed a theory about how the white man is keeping us down. He's devils and shit. We was Egyptian kings. And I'm just thinking about this. Like, at this point, what's the difference between him and the alt-right? The alt-right is truthfully pointing out that Westerners invented most of the good shit. And I mean, that's true, but whatever.
Yeah.
And then black people are like, I know, if I have super Egyptian ancestors who were super beings, that means that I'm the cool one. And I'm thinking, like, why are you judging yourself by your ancestors? Like, why is your self-esteem contingent on what your ancestors did? What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's why.
I'm more like, I'm more like, you guys are all fucking apes.
Use ancestors.
You're not entitled to shit. Like you're not.
Yeah.
So.
And
does
here's
anyone
the
have
thing. Black people say this to other black people, right? They'll say, you ain't entitled to shit. You gotta make your own wealth. And then the other black people call them Uncle Tom, house nigger. They're not really black. Like they will, and this is what I was saying before. I saw a black guy defend white people on Facebook, right? Because black people being racist. Some black guy defends him. And like 6 or 7 black people all ganged up on him and tried to like fuck with his confidence by saying, oh, white people will always see you as just a nigger, or you will never succeed in white society. You need to be one of us. And it's just like, oh my god, I can't even.
Yeah. But I want to quickly bring it back to freedom of speech.
That's what the debate was about, wasn't it? I forgot.
Yeah. No, it was cool
Well, we're
though, so
talking
that's
about
fine.
kings.
I hope the people watching us are entertained. I
all,
I did
all
want to bring it back
5
to
of them are probably entertained.
yeah, it's 5 people, it's better than nothing. No, so what I wanted to talk about, what I think is important is how hate speech laws are in Europe, which there are many, and I just think that a lot of Americans, or other countries, I guess, New Zealand, they don't really understand how we see it, and then what the rationale is behind that, because we do have very extensive hate speech laws, especially in Germany. And I'm gonna pull up some shit here. Hopefully that works.
I'm guessing, I could be wrong here, but I'm guessing if you say this law should be taken away, this law is against freedom, this law is wrong, I'm guessing people are going to be like, why do you want hate speech to be legal? Do you want to hate Muslims and black people?
Basically.
Is that the reaction?
Yeah,
Are
pretty
you
much.
asking me? I don't know. I haven't been around this place. I live in Alabama. I don't know what people say down in Washington. Those big wigs. They're in their big buildings that look like penises. Where do they live in that? Here.
Okay, so you guys can see that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Pegida founder Lutz Bachmann found guilty of inciting hatred.
Yeah. So this is interesting.
How do you be found guilty of inciting hatred? Was there a court that was just like?
Yeah,
fine?
It was a court decision. That's how it works in Germany. So
There are courts like that?
Yeah. So
Is it like
let
the
me
Supreme
first,
Court? Are they like elected to it?
No, let me first show you what the law says before I show you. I know this is Wikipedia, but it's accurate. So in Germany, there's a law called Volksverhetzung, which basically translates to kinda. Volk means like people. It means the incitement of popular hatred. And it's basically a hate speech law, and it can lead up to 5 years imprisonment.
That's ridiculous.
And it makes it a crime.
Anti-free speech side, and that's ridiculous.
It makes it a crime to publicly incite hatred against parts of the population, or to call for violent or arbitrary measures against them, or to insult, maliciously slur, or defame them in a manner violating their constitutionally protected human dignity.
Human dignity.
So under this law, would Charlie Hebdo have been arrested for drawing Muhammad cartoons?
So not under this law, but interestingly, in Bavaria, which is a state in Germany, there is a blasphemy law. So you're not allowed to to blaspheme against God in Bavaria.
You're not allowed to blaspheme against God, so
you're not. Yeah, but in a way,
what?
It says you're not allowed to blaspheme against God in a way that it disturbs the public integrity or whatever. So I guess Charlie Hebdo under these laws would be illegal.
So I'm guessing you can blaspheme against Christianity because most Christians are pretty chill. You'll be like, I don't believe in God. Adults don't need imaginary friends. And they're like, that is okay, son. You will find your way to the light one day. Whereas a Muslim will be like, I'm fucking saying that.
Well, I mean, it's in Bavaria, and Bavaria is a very rural state, so it's kind of like the Texas of Germany, is what people say. It does apply, right? So that's why there is still a blasphemy law.
I know who they are.
But, and this is also interesting, after Charlie Hebdo, there was an article in a German newspaper saying it's time for blasphemy law in all of Germany, because those kind of like, those kind of like incitements to violence, which they said the comics were, the comics by Charlie Hebdo, they disturb the public peace because they could cause terror attacks. So it's the fucking comics that cause terror attacks, not the fucking terrorists. It's the drawing of the comics. How fucking ridiculous is that?
That's fucking victim blaming. It's like, oh, some people got murdered for criticizing Islam. Well, what did they say? Was it racist? They shouldn't
criticize Islam.
Like, oh, so what was she wearing? Was she wearing a short skirt?
Yeah.
She should have known that. Having her tits out. You know, it's just like victim blaming.
Yeah.
Fuck these people. Fuck Germany's laws. Seriously, fuck them. I
That's
reckon,
kinda
you know what I think should happen? You guys need to organize a mass protest. On the same day, everyone should just say offensive shit on Facebook. Like, thousands and thousands of people should post whatever, you know, gay porn, fuck Islam, Angela Merkel is a bitch, whatever. Just post offensive shit on Facebook all on the same day. Because I'll tell you what,
right? Angela
Merkel in New Zealand, right? In New Zealand, there was a law against saying fuck in the 70s. So all these people took to the streets going, fuck, 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 to get that law overturned.
Yeah. Look, so...
Did it work?
Look, it's interesting, right? You were mentioning... Yeah. You were mentioning, like, you know, I mean, there's no problem in insulting Angela Merkel, insulting the government. This is really not... This law is barely even touched. Like, it happens, but it only comes out when it's about Islam or it's about minorities. It's not about insulting political parties or, you know, no one fucking cares about these. It's just the same kind of, like, you know, mindset as it is in America, I guess, that minorities have special rights in that sense, and they need to be protected by that kind of thing. So, and an example of that is, so this guy, Lutz Bachmann, who is the founder of Pegida, which is an acronym for Patriotic Europeans Against the Islamification of the West. It's a right-wing group.
Like with a D?
And they were protesting. What do you say?
There's a D in there. You said against the West.
I assume in German the West is DA.
Yeah, it's German. Yeah.
Oh. I don't speak that word.
Well, that's how I translate for you guys. Here it says here, Patriotic Europeans Against the Islamization of the West.
Oh, so it's like Nazi. It doesn't mean the exact same thing because they're different words in different languages.
Yeah.
Brainstorm.
And I don't agree with this guy. He's a right-wing conservative kind of guy, right? And like this organization was it came after all those refugees. Like it wasn't this year, but like 2 years ago when the first refugees started coming in, he made that organization. And it's basically like, you know, you can compare it to English Defense League and things like that, right? So it's a nationalistic group. So it wasn't a group where I could find myself a home, right? I agree with the message. I'm not for the Islamization of the West, but it's not a group that I could identify. In fact, I've been to one of these demonstrations because I wanted to like check out what's going on. And I'm an Italian, right? I'm an ethnically Italian, but I'm German. That's how I've always seen myself as German. But I was talking about some guys with German flags coming up to me and like, oh, what are you doing here? You should go fucking back. Right?
See, that's what I was talking about. These fucking alt-right fags. They should be like listening to your ideas, not judging what you look like.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? I mean, and I want to mention that too. The alt-righters in the US are always like keen on like describing, oh, white people and stuff, right? But this only really applies to America in a way. Because in Europe, we're not defining between racial lines. It's more between national lines. So they, you know, I'm fucking white and they're white. There's no white nationalism in Germany. It's only about being German. And they hate Poles, they hate Italians, they're fucking lazy, you know. They hate all other people. So that's why I'm not welcome there, right? And it's interesting, right? If they would try to do their great white nationalism, whatever stuff, they wouldn't agree with that. They would be like, no, fuck Italians. I don't want to hang out with them. So it's kind of interesting, right? But anyway.
Yeah.
So he has this movement, and here's something I heavily disagree with, which is super crazy. He was fined 10,000 euros. He has to pay 10,000 euros, which is like 11,000 bucks. Or 11,000 here. And for calling refugees cattle, scum, and trash in Facebook.
That's fucked. If that's what he thinks, he should be free to say it, and other people should be free to call him a dickhead or whatever.
I mean, obviously, I don't agree with what he's saying. But
Yeah,
he
nah,
said
like,
they're cattle scum and trash, and and he said that in a closed Facebook group. It wasn't even like online or something, like a public comment
oh,
section. It was a closed Facebook group, and someone ratted him out basically. And this was clearly just made because he was, he was the founder of the organization, and they needed him out of the way. So
man.
this was a political weapon to silence this person. Like, I don't agree with him, but the fight against his kind of ideas, his nationalism, or whatever, this needs to be in the realm of ideas, and not just find this person. What did you do? What did you do by finding this person? Did you save any refugees? Did you help anyone?
That's a really good point, right? Like, whenever these people, they say, oh, I'm on the side of this, I'm on the side of that. You know what? Actually, the people who are most oppressed by Islam are Muslims. The people who are killed the most by backwards radical Muslim savages are the Muslims. And part of what our job should be in the West is to come along and say, like, oh, this imam says that all Shia Muslims go to hell. This imam says that gays should be stoned. Fuck this imam. He is a fucking retard. Don't listen to him. He's just a shit cunt. Ignore him. That should be our job in the West. We can't do our job because regressive leftist fucking idiot cucks are like, you just Islam. Why do you hate all Muslims? Is it because they're brown? I think it is. You know, Christians say stuff as well. You know, I know that Muslims throw gays off the roof, but did you know some Christian bakers wouldn't bake a cake?
In Germany, there's many converts. Like, they're white. I don't fucking care. There's like the most. I'm gonna show you this guy. How's he called again? I don't remember right now. I'm gonna look it up. This guy is the most known Islamist in Germany, and he's like the most German guy, and he's still a fucking asshole. Can I find this guy now?
He's like your equivalent
Oh
of
yeah,
Jim Chowdhury.
What do you say?
He's like that Anjem Chowdhury guy in the UK.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. Look at this guy.
Oh, he looks like an asshole. He looks like a dick.
Yeah.
I can tell he's a dick straight away just by looking. Like.
Yeah. And this guy, he stands in. So what he does, he stands in a city in the middle of the road, and he'll go to Middle Eastern-looking women who are not wearing a hijab, and he's gonna be like, "Oh, you know, you're gonna go to hell. Why are you not wearing a hijab?" And things like he's making them feel bad about not wearing a hijab, right? And there's like videos, and then she's like, "I don't know, I just want to be like, like people look at me, and I don't want to be free and things like that." And he's like, "Yeah, but you're gonna go to hell if you don't wear it. So what is better? Going to hell?"
You know what I should do to this guy? I just thought of the best.
Is that hate speech what he's doing?
That is okay. That is hate speech, because like I say, hate speech does exist. It just shouldn't be outlawed. Of course it exists. Like, I mean, there are hateful people. They talk shit. That's hate speech, right? But like, I'm wondering, I reckon the perfect way to get this guy would be to get a prostitute, put the prostitute in a hijab, make the prostitute go up to him and be like, "Yo, I have a husband, but he's just such a cuck. He listens to Reza Aslan. I can't get turned on by him. Let me just suck your dick, just one suck, and get it on film. Get it on film and be like, aha, caught you, motherfucker, adultery." You know, like.
Hello, my name is Chris Hansen. Please take a seat. Looked an underage girl.
That would be the best way to get this guy. I can't believe no one's like done that already. People have probably thought of it. Someone should do it.
The problem in Germany is, like, people don't fucking speak out against that. Like, the left should be leading. Oh fuck. The left should be leading the fight against these kind of people. They walk around in German cities, having this on their back, right? You can see that.
Yeah.
Sharia police, and this is a white dude. This is a white dude here. So I don't fucking care. But they're walking around with Sharia police at night, and they tell people that go clubbing, like, "Oh, you're drinking. You're not a good Muslim. You should be drinking," and things like that.
Oh, so
That you shouldn't be drinking.
The living shit beaten out of them. Honestly, I might sound like I belong in Pegida right now, but Sharia law shouldn't exist anywhere on the planet. I think we should invade countries that do have Sharia law, kill everyone who defends it, smash Sharia law. It is an insult to humanity, and people will say, right? This is where some authoritarian right people disagree with me. They say like, oh well, I mean, we shouldn't have Islamic law here, but it's their country. They can do whatever they want. But the thing is, people don't choose to be born. If someone is born in a Muslim country and they have different ideas, they're gay or they have different ideas of God or whatever they want to talk about it, they can't, because these fucking shit cunts have stepped on all their rights. I reckon we should put a stop to it. I reckon any country with Sharia law, first off, we shouldn't trade with them. We shouldn't trade with them. We shouldn't deal with them in any way. We should isolate them. We shouldn't give them any technology. We should advance in technology while these Stone Age primitive subhuman pieces of shit rot. And I think eventually we should just roll tanks into Mecca. We should put a stop to this nonsense. Like, anybody trying to enforce Sharia law should have the shit beaten out of them. Now, see, I'm supposed to be on the free speech side, but now I'm suddenly not sounding so free speech.
This was what I was about to call you out on, because it seems to me, and we all have that bias, obviously, but it seems like we all think that this is the enemy and it's rightful to do this to these kind of people. Feminists think the same way. You know, their ideology or their ideas tell them that they need to shut down these people, to shut down the patriarchy or whatever, right? So in the same way, right? I mean, I'm not trying to like be like, oh, you're not just like them, but we're all like that somehow. We're all just kind of like tribal creatures, thinking we are always right or we're righteous while the others aren't, and we're all gonna say, yeah, but we are really right. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's problematic somehow. Because can we say that? And this goes, I guess, into kind of like the argument of moral relativism, right, or cultural relativism. Can we say that things are better, or cultures, or not ideas? Ideas are obviously better or worse, but can we really go to Mecca and be like, no, we're gonna take over the shit and we're gonna make you better.
We're gonna make it better. We're gonna make it great again. We're gonna make it America.
And I want to add real quick, I have this friend, and it's really interesting. He went off to Syria. I should probably not say that, but he's a Kurd, okay? So you know which side on is.
Oh, if he's a Kurd, then he's a good guy. He's on our side, right?
Yeah,
if he's a Kurd, he's on our side.
He's a democracy aid, isn't he?
Well, he's what? He's a communist.
Oh, he's not that much on our side then. But
well,
no. You can't
the PKK and the YPG, you know, they're communists, you know, or they're at least collectivists. But doesn't matter, right? But interestingly enough, so what he told me, and here's an idea. Look, when the Americans moved into Germany, you know what they did? They fucking denazified all. You know, they re-educated those people. They said, "Fuck your Nazism. We're gonna have democracy now, and we're gonna like fucking brainwash you into democracy." And this kind of reminded me of what you said, right? And then he said, "This is what we have to do with the Arab world. We have to go in there. We have to defeat those armies. That's what we should have done in Iraq, and we should have re-educated them, and we should have made them actual Democrats, not just come in there and be like, oh, we defeat your army." And build some institutions, and that's fine. So I'm not saying that's my position. I'm just saying what he said. what would you think about this kind of line of thought?
Tristan, you can go first.
As an American citizen,
Yeah.
I believe we should and have a right to invade any other country that does not have freedom and make it freedom. This is how I view this. Because I am an American, and being an American makes me awesome. And all the countries that are not American are not awesome. Therefore, we need to conquer them and make them awesome. Like we did with Germany. And almost Iraq, but we saw what happened
Almost
there. And
Iraq.
became ISIS.
Almost Iraq. Oh, almost got on.
We were
Okay,
so close, but then ISIS, I swear, it popped out of nowhere, guys. We don't know what to do about it. I say we should just bomb the shit out of them. Some people just...
I reckon
Some people
what
are-
we should do to ISIS, right, is we should, when we capture someone from ISIS, we should torture them so that we can get
And we
information
take
on where the
their
other
fire
ISIS people are. So we can get information on where the other ISIS people are. Then we should torture
But
them.
why
some
is that okay?
more they deserve.
But why is that okay though? Why is it okay in that? You know, just because you are right, you know.
Because
what the
of
problem
what
is?
they've done. Because of what they've done. They should just be tortured. And then we should burn them alive on a pyre made of Qurans and get a woman to light it so that they die thinking they're going to go to hell. And we should force feed them bacon. Force feed them bacon,
That, you sound like
burn them
people
alive
that-
on a pyre made of Qurans.
in America, and they're dipping their bullets in bacon grease and using their guns, so when they're shooting Muslims, they go straight to hell. You might as well just
Dipping guns and bacon.
in America and not
Absolutely.
there.
And then, once you've done burning them alive on the pyre of Qurans, get their charred corpses and pile them up into a picture of Muhammad. Just arrange the corpses so it makes a picture of Muhammad. And then bulldoze 1,000 mosques and use the rubble to rebuild the Babylonian ruins that they blew up. And I'm 100% serious. Fuck Islam.
Oh. Women
That's
and
a
children
really-
in those mosques just worshiping. Are we just gonna? They're just gonna die because. Look,
Oh no! Don't bulldoze them with people in them. We'll give them notice. We'll come up and be like, "Alright,
Look, yeah, we gotta take over these.
just drive up in a bulldozer and they're like, "What are you doing to the mosque?" And we're like, "Alright, we're gonna demolish the mosque. We're gonna knock down your mosque. Just move aside now, ladies. We're gonna knock down the mosque."
Okay, this conversation is getting really complicated. I don't know how to feel about this.
I wonder if that's what they think about. Like,
This is quite
like whether they can go
right.
into
Yeah. So,
No, but seriously,
But okay,
And they,
But here's
we
my
wonder
problem.
sometimes why
I
they
have
do
a
it.
problem with that now.
And we're talking about it.
I have a problem because this is throwing our principles overboard. If Western culture or Western values have any meaning, it's not about these kind of things, because this is exactly doing what they're trying to do with us. And I think I don't think this will help.
But we're better than
I mean,
America.
I know you're. Even if you say you're serious, you're probably still just joking. I know that. I'm gonna be Christina Hall Summers to
No,
your
no,
mind.
you don't understand.
We're right now.
American,
Okay,
we're not.
Fabio is
doesn't really
Dave.
mean feminism is cancer. Oh, yes, I do.
Fabio is Dave Rubin, and I'm Milo Yiannopoulos right now. I'm saying the outrageous shit, and he's like Dave Rubin, like not reasonable for a minute.
Look, what I want to say is, look, democracy and individual rights is the best thing that humans came up with so far.
Yeah.
It's not perfect. There's a
Damn
lot
right.
of shit to be talked about that, but this is something worth defending and worth talking about as something that we should expect people to uphold. Normatively, we should say, hey, you know, Germany is a very multicultural society. There's a lot of people from different countries, and I'm from a different country, right? But we should be able to say, there's something good about German society. There's something we have the best, one of the best living standards in the world. There should be something, an argument to be made to say, hey, look, we're doing some things right. We can't expect you to accept, the foundations of our values, and too many in Germany, at least, are not willing to do that. That's somehow racist. It's not racist. So what to you guys is racist, to us is Nazi. They call you out as a Nazi if you just say like, there's something good about German culture. They'll say you're a fucking Nazi. What, we want a Third Reich back? Like, no, but look at what Germany looks like. A decent country. And yeah. Do you have boxes on? Because I can't keep talking myself. It's kind of like confusing.
No, but I get what you mean, right? Like, that is part of the West, is that we are so tolerant, that we do accept other people.
Which is good.
And nowhere else is up to our standard of tolerance. If you go to Japan, everyone's Japanese. If you go to India, almost everyone's Indian. If you go to Syria, most people will be Arabic or whatever ethnicity they are there.
Kurd.
Yeah,
they're not
like,
Arabs.
Okay, no, they're not Arabs, right? If you go to Iran, everyone's Persian. Like, part of what makes the West superior is that we're so tolerant. We take in everyone else, and that's true. But I think the term multicultural is a bit of a misleading term, because really there is only one culture causing problems, and that's Islam. Sikhs are totally fine. Hindus are totally fine. Chinese, African immigrants, they're all totally fine. The only group causing problems are a certain number of Muslims, not even all Muslims, right? So to say, multiculturalism has failed, to me it's like it's lumping in all these other cultures that are totally fine with this Muslim culture, which is trash, absolute shit.
I disagree with that, I must say.
Islam is the only bad thing out there. Have you even seen Africa, bro? They're just...
Yeah, I've seen Africa, right? But all the African immigrants who come here, they got like the mad work ethic. They don't cause problems. And they're not fucking trying to silence people and censor people. You'll never hear an African being like, I don't like that cartoon you just drew. I will kill you now.
This is my cartoon now.
But I mean, saying that Islam causes problems is also like very oversimplifying, because I think every culture has its problems and has its benefits. Even Islamic culture, I'd argue, has some benefits to it. It's just the question to which degrees and what, it's just different. There's some stuff about Islamic culture that is really toxic and very toxic, but there's also stuff that is, good. But same with all immigrants. Like, look what happened in America with Polish and Italian people. They were hated. People were thinking they were lazy and shit, right? And now they're probably one of the most accomplished people in the US. Or the Irish.
Yeah.
So it's always a problem. But
I think what's happening with this migrant thing. What's happening with this migrant crisis is usually the only people who immigrate are like the go-getters. The people who are like, I'm going to fucking make something of myself. I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to go halfway across the world. And let's be honest, those tend to be the better people. But now with this migrant crisis, a lot of the plebs are coming. They're bringing bad attitudes towards women. They're bringing bad attitudes towards homosexuality. They're bringing bad attitudes towards freedom of speech.
They're bringing drugs.
I'm not saying we should build a wall. And also, Donald Trump is a fucking idiot. Let me just say this, right? He says to ban Muslim immigrants, right? You can't tell who is and isn't a Muslim by looking.
You can tell he's Donald Trump. Trust me.
Like, you'd have to be psychic, because Muslims can be black, Africans, they can be Asian, they can be Middle Eastern, I'm sure there are probably some who are like white,
I'm
like
just assuming you think that all Muslims are brown, and that's why you're just gonna like build a wall and tell people, put like a sign on it that says "No brown people in this country, please."
And that wall with Mexico, like I agree with being tough on illegal immigrants. I guess I mean like if they're fucking you guys' economy up, yeah, do something about it. Australia does. Australia does when boat people come. Australia, right? Australia, Indonesia is like the Mexico of Australia, and there are boat people coming, and Australians are like, "Fuck off, mate! Don't come to our country, mate! I'm gonna fucking sink your boat, mate!" You know, they're all like, they're all telling them to fuck off. So if the illegal immigrants are causing problems, sure, tell them to fuck off, whatever. But if you build a wall, America has so much coast. Aren't they just gonna like get in a boat and go to Florida, or like get in a boat and go around the wall?
No, we're gonna wall up the entire country. We're gonna build like a roof too, and then they won't be able to get in. Nobody will be able to.
Are you gonna build a dome?
We'll be stuck in America. We'll use drones for any of our operations overseas.
Hey guys,
yeah,
since we're not talking about freedom of speech anymore, should we like post this hangout and just invite people?
Right now?
Yeah, let's invite
sure,
them. Let's
go ahead.
Yeah. I want to talk with like Nazis and shit. Yeah. Let's do that. We're not on Facebook right now.
Get Trisha in here. Trisha was going to defend freedom of speech as well. Like, she had the second most votes.
Yeah. I just can't log in right now because for me it's like super laggy. So you have the link. You have the. You can just post it and send it to people.
Right. Let me get this link.
1 second.
Get this link.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh yeah, here it is.
Copy.
Yeah, but this was a cool discussion.
Yeah, this was an awesome discussion. Let's get people into the chat.
Yeah.
Alright. Come into the hangout, cunt faces.
Tag some people. Tag like, I want to see Claw. Man.
See who?
Tag her and Aaron.
Oh yeah.
Yansky, whatever.
Kayla Oshmyansky.
What's her name? Kyla Oshmyansky.
Kayla Oshmyansky. Aaron. I like Erin. Erin gives me compliments all the time. She's nice. Really we should have Roxy in. I like Roxy. Roxy's cool. Do you guys know Roxy?
No, I don't know her.
No.
She's the one who made that meme that says abort this post, and it's her with a coat hanger. And whenever someone was trolling, she'd just post like, abort this post with a coat hanger.
Yeah.
That's wrong. That's wrong on so many levels, guys.
Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Being a wall now.
People were discussing Judaism at some point.
Yeah, I made a contribution to the chat.
The white genocide is coming, be afraid.
We both have in chat. Oh man.
Who else should we have join? Oh, it kind of looks bad. We've only asked girls to join so far. It kind of looks like we're like, Who else should we have join? We should have Hunter join. He was voted to.
You got third place, I think.
Yeah. Ask Hunter.
Abbal, Sadiq, and no one's responding to it so far, but
Tech, I don't know.
Like I was saying before, though, I do think that we should severely fuck over any country that has Sharia law. Like, I don't think we should allow Sharia law to exist on this planet. And the thing is, this isn't freedom of speech though, right? Because like, if Sharia law was just insulting gay people and insulting women and being like, ha, faggot, ha, slut, bitch, then I would be totally okay with Sharia law. I'd just be like, oh, Sharia law is not very nice, but it isn't that. It's telling women they have to stay inside, and it's religious police combing the streets, and it's executing gays and executing people who do adultery, aka sex outside the marriage. So it's fucking over everyone's freedoms, even straight people's freedoms. Like, it's just cancer. Sharia law is cancer. So I think we should kill anyone who defends Sharia law. I think we should roll tanks into Mecca. I think we should fucking blow up Saudi parliament. I think we should blow up Iran's parliament. I reckon we should fucking bomb the shit out of anyone who wants to have Sharia law, and don't stop bombing them until they decide to be human beings who believe in human rights.
You said hate speech like AIDS, and now you're saying that Sharia law is like cancer. So
yeah, let's cure cancer with AIDS.
I don't support this. I don't want this to be on my screen.
Sorry. I don't know. I'm just. What do you guys think? Like, we can discuss this. This can be the new debate. Like, what should we do to tackle Sharia law?
Should we annihilate Saudi Arabia?
I don't think we should annihilate Saudi Arabia's people. Like, people say nuke Mecca. I don't think we should nuke Mecca, because that would blow up all the people who did nothing wrong. What we should do is we should go into Mecca, publicly execute all the imams, publicly execute the mayor, publicly execute the Prince of Saudi Arabia and the royal family. And then, cause fuck them, man. Fuck Sharia law. We can't let them get away with that shit.
No. This is not how you change.
I bet. Okay, I'm sure Majid Nawaz would be disappointed in what I'm saying right now. He'd be like, oh man. See, this is what happens when you let regressive leftists control the narrative. Pardon? See, this is what happens when you let regressive leftists control the narrative. People like me are like, what are these idiots on Salon.com saying? What are these idiots on Huffington saying? What are these idiots on BuzzFeed saying? Let's say the opposite.
I'm joining our chat.
Let's see what people in the chat are saying.
Does no one want to talk to us?
Oh wait, I've got notifications.
yay!
I'm lagging a lot right now for some reason.
Oh, no one's coming in. Fuck these people.
Take Yusuf. Yusuf wants to come in.
All right. What's his name?
You know, Yusuf.
Oh, Yusuf Mixoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should come in. He could bring some diversity. Because right now we've got 3 fucking white males.
But I'm American, so
People think I'm Middle Eastern sometimes.
Man, I wouldn't say so. I mean, Fabio, it doesn't get much more Italian than that as a name.
I'm fucking Middle Eastern. Look at me.
Oh, bro.
It's the beard.
Don't blow up my airport, mate. Don't blow up my airport.
In Germany, I often people they'd talk to me in Turkish and be like, "Oh, hey, salam alaikum." I'm like, "What? Salami? I don't know what salami."
I actually get a similar thing to this, right? Like, people often think that I'm not from New Zealand. Like, New Zealand people often think I'm not from New Zealand, because when I'm talking to girls, I'll just come up all confidently and be all friendly, and I have kind of gay, long hair, and people will assume that I'm from, like, Argentina or Spain or somewhere where people are tanned and confident.
That's funny. Well, it's still a fucking white male though.
I'm a fucking white male.
Fucking white male. Yeah, this is horrible.
Man,
too.
seriously. You know what would be funny if when I was giving my inspiring speech about how we'll destroy Sharia law worldwide, someone was like, "Are you fucking keen?"
Hey,
Yusuf's in the chat.
Finally.
What's up, Yusuf?
Oh, let me turn off the YouTube. I'm getting a massive echo. Hey there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are really not fucking diverse, so I'm here to fix this.
Yeah, we're fucking white males.
Rightfully so. Yeah. I think you should explain us.
Yeah, I just came actually from a 3-hour anarcho-fascist meetup online. Oh, that was...
There's no such thing. There's no such thing. There's no anarcho-fascism.
Anarcho-fascist sounds kind of like contradictory, like anarcho-communist, because don't you need an authoritarian government to enforce fascist ideals? Because otherwise, some guy's gonna be like, I know I'm a fucking white male, but I'm attracted to this Chinese girl. I think I'll have sex with her, and you need some government to be like, hey, stop that right now.
I guess the assumption is that they're just gonna all want to stop it. I don't know.
No, I think
but this sounds like communism to me. This sounds like, oh, but in communism, everyone will just want to be equal.
Hey, Hunter's here. Yo, what's up, Hunter?
everyone will just work the assembly lines.
Shit, guys, I was just fucking playing some Witcher.
Some Witcher?
Yeah, man.
This is gonna look like now. So many fucking. I'm sorry.
Oh, the Witcher 3?
Witcher 3.
Nice.
I have that.
I've been playing
played
2.
that.
That's what
I haven't been able to stop it. I just played 10 hours. Fuck. Fuck, man.
You get 2 in your life.
10 hours won't get you through the prologue in that game. It's fucking so long.
I get that. Fuck,
I haven't played any Witcher.
You could honestly spend a whole year just never leaving your
This is like a
computer and you
thing
won't finish the game.
Man, I just I'm just waiting for the Steam summer sale. I bought GTA 5, Overwatch, and Witcher, and I am dying. I can feel myself rotting on the inside. Yesterday I went a whole day without bathing or brushing my teeth. I was just like it was naked playing these games. I was,
You just like plug yourself in on an interview.
nothing else to do.
You're gonna be like that Korean guy who played WoW for 3 days straight and died.
You fucking died, yeah.
They just
We're such awesome people. We hear about someone dying and we're like, we hear, they should have us at the funeral. There's some funeral for Korean guy, and they're speaking Korean, and they're like, and we're just sitting there like, you died playing computer.
His raid group must have been fucking pissed too.
But hey,
And your teammate dies.
Yusuf, I'm curious about anarcho-fascism because I really want to know. I mean, it sounds weird to me.
So it's take all the nice things about it's the what it was it's supposed to be is like the unification of you have like the right-wing authoritarians and the right-wing anarchists, and you meet in the middle. So that's what it is. It's not so when you go things like, oh, but don't you need X to have? It's not like ultra-authoritarian. It's not. It's middle stance of where it is on the political spectrum. It's right middle.
Okay.
So
Hey, someone says join. It's like
how would an
Shuhari.
anarchistic society look like? How would a fascist anarchic society look like? Like, what are its core tenets?
We were making like a shit ton of jokes about this. I think we decided that if Trump declared himself emperor and then got rid of all of like the leftist shit that already infected the states, that's what it would be like.
Jesus Christ.
Like if Trump just got him like a golden wreath and like a
if he becomes
white
president.
toga.
Oh man, seriously though,
Anarcho-fascism.
I mean,
if
if
Trump becomes emperor, we'll just defeat him by writing shitty Huffington Post articles about him. He'll be like, "I'm emperor, I control everyone," and we'll be like, "Fuck you, you're racist." Huffington Post.
10 things Emperor Trump doesn't do.
If Donald Trump would be like a fucking 40k Warhammer emperor, I'd probably pledge allegiance to him.
Right,
I mean, come on.
I can get on the Trump train. To be honest, but fuck.
It would be just too, I don't know.
It'd be stupid not to. If he was like from fucking Warhammer, that'd be fucking amazing. I'd do that 100%.
Yeah, I love fucking Warhammer. I'm just a fucking nerd about that.
Demolish the White House, build a giant like 40-story golden house, all Roman architecture.
Trump Tower.
The Imperial
Trump Tower.
Palace.
The Trump Tower, where the White House once was.
The Trump House, basically.
Yeah, Trump House.
Corey in the Trump House.
But honestly, guys, how is America gonna look like if Trump is fucking president? Isn't that gonna be like the weirdest thing ever? Like,
you should be
I think it'll
asking
be-
yourself,
it's gonna be a problem.
how is America gonna do if Trump is emperor? Because he's gonna declare himself emperor. You know what's gonna happen. You know it in your heart.
Like I like
Halfway through, he's gonna get like he's gonna do his 8 years, and then he's gonna be like, well, I can't be president again because that's against the law. So I'm gonna run for emperor, guys, and he's gonna get in. He's gonna get in for emperor.
Man,
It's like that. That Trump will never get nomination. Trump will never beat Hillary. Trump will never get another 4 years. Trump will never live past 200. Trump will never expand our reaches towards the end of the galaxy. Trump will never defeat the Chaos Gods.
There will be a Trump Tower on every planet in this universe.
I think crooked Hillary isn't a good enough insult for Hillary. We need a better insult for her. I call her the cunt puppet of the establishment. That's what I call her.
you can't say cunt though. You can't say cunt. It's a gendered insult.
Oh, you can't say that, can you?
You know that one of the most famous German philosophers is called Kant, right?
Oh,
There's a
Immanuel
German-
Kant.
There's a famous German philosopher called Kant.
You guys should read Kant. Kant. I have to turn off my webcam because it lags like shit if I have a webcam on. We have a new person here. Who's that? Political? I haven't even
Is he
noticed.
also a white male?
Dude, we have too many fucking white males. We need some white chicks in
We
here.
need some diversity here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could go put on blackface if that
Wait,
would help.
That'd be
Jesus.
too offensive. That'd be too offensive, honestly.
It's okay. I live in Alabama. That's not frowned upon here.
Seriously,
That's not
guys,
funny.
Wait, let me go put on a towel.
I think we need to discuss the serious problem, which is far-right Republican fucking white males shooting up gay clubs. Because you know that's happening all the
I
time.
know. Just the other day, I heard that. 1 second. I gotta think of a guy.
Fuck.
I don't know. I am in
so
the state of
stupid.
Alabama. I do not know any Republicans.
What the fuck? Did you just become a
There's
Muslim now?
diverse. Yeah, it's finally diverse.
You just have to say the Shahada and then you become a Muslim, right? So.
Yo, check it out, guys. Look, I'm a Muslim transvestite. I'm a Muslim woman now. Look, I'm a Muslim.
There's so many fucking tranny Muslims in Iran. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, because they actually help
More
you.
common than gays.
They actually help you. Like trans. How's it called?
It's so weird because I had this friend. Okay, he's like he hates transgendered people. Like he's just like it's like he hates the idea of it. Then on Tinder he found a transgender woman and he started like flirting with her. I'm like, dude, he's like she's hot though. I'm like, but she has a dick. But he's like, she's so hot though. It's really fucking weird. It's so fucking weird.
Dude, she can just put the dick between her legs and then I don't know. That works.
I'm the wrong person. I'm way tolerant of like I don't know. I find Blair White hot. Do you guys find Blair White hot?
She's kind of hot.
Yeah, Blair White is fucking hot. She is. I mean, you can't say anything.
Like I know she's got a boyfriend and
Who's
stuff,
Blair
so
White?
I'm not saying
She does?
anything, but
Fuck.
She does have a boyfriend, yeah. Hey, Potato.
so like I'm not saying nothing.
Yes, I am potato.
Hey guys, we have potato and salad in this room.
Yes, I am
Much more
potato.
diverse.
Hello.
Now we have food.
Now we have food.
Sadly, I do not actually have any food.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Get out of this chat now.
Are you also a fucking white male potato?
I may or may not be white.
Are you kidding me?
Dude, we need some diversity in here. This is like the fucking Oscars here.
It's a fucking anime character
What are
on
you
your
talking
fucking
about?
profile, bro. Fucking trash, bro. Fucking weeb.
Diversity for the sake of diversity is pointless.
That's not true.
Anime was a mistake. Miyazaki.
Existing is a mistake.
Making this video chat was a mistake.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad mistake.
I've never wanted to talk
Making
to you.
This
Bob
video
Sociology
chat is
was a
equivalent
mistake.
of a few packs of cigarettes with all the cancer.
You know what I've noticed? You know Black Lives Matter and feminism and communism, they all have like a fist in their logo and they always hold their fist in the air. That's because they're basically showing everyone what they want to have shoved up their ass. They hold their fist in the air as a symbol of, yes, please, shove this up my ass now.
That
Is it like a Marxist thing that just they put their fists up? Is that because that's all like it's like race Marxism, gender Marxism, Marxism, Marxism.
It's not a Marxist.
Yeah.
Marxism
They
worry about that.
That's how they symbolize. They want this
I
in
want to
their
be
ass.
focused.
Believe it or not,
They're like, this is how we revolutionize society. We'll revolutionize society because you get this and put it in my ass.
believe it, like revolutionary colors weren't red before, and they were actually teal. And so, if you wore a teal hat or a teal feather, you'd be marked as a revolutionary, basically.
Was it in
Isn't
France,
that
or?
the isn't teal like anarcho-lesbian or something?
No.
There's a shit ton of like fringe
Yeah.
there's like anarcho-technological, there's anarcho-feminism, there's anarcho-transhuman, yeah.
And they're all just retarded.
Oh, I can't
What
wait.
you were referring to is anarcho-feminism or queer anarchism. That's what you're.
I
Oh
hope
yeah, there's anarcho-queers.
Anarcho-queers.
Do they
Yeah, that's a
believe
real
Gonna
movement.
protect you from the queer bashes if you're anarchists.
It's kind of like destroying all
movements.
systems of oppression, which is also like gender roles and shit.
Like fucking Tumblr genders to me.
You know, when people say systematic oppression, like they say systematic oppression, I think of like those movies where they're like, I've made a breakfast machine. Like, you know, in Family Guy where they're like, I've made a breakfast machine. It's like the oppression machine. And the end result is a black guy being like, oh,
People don't even know what like oppression is. They think that because they see a couple of racists on BuzzFeed that they said they're suddenly like oppressed. Like no, that's not how oppression works.
Oh, somebody disagreed with you. They're suddenly racist.
Exactly.
Look. I mean, they say systematic oppression, right? And what they mean are statistical differences. Like, for example, there are more black people in prison, which is true.
Yeah.
But this is not indicative of fucking systematic racism. It's because more black people commit more crimes. It's that's just how it is. But they'll say the difference in statistics is somehow oppression. How is that oppression?
I think it's the fact that they don't like being called out in it. And what I mean by that is that when you say these things, black people commit more crimes, they assume that you're trying to like put up like a racist front, that you're trying to say, oh, black people do more crimes, this is why they deserve to be in prison or something like that.
But
no,
they
it's not.
do.
That's not what it is. You need to recognize that there is
crimes.
It really starts with the poor parenting. None of these people had parents that ever told them no.
Yeah.
It's
a lot of
it's single motherhood. Right? When you if you were to kill off all the kids of single parents, you would need only, I think, like 3 or 4 prisons left in America. It's something crazy like that. They make up like 90% of the fucking prison population.
Yeah.
A lot of things get decided during your early childhood, so I can sympathize with that kind of stuff.
So
guys, doing
it's really important to
stop with the hate speech. Like, the phrase hate speech is such a vaginal word. Like, whenever someone says hate speech, whenever I read hate speech, I read it in a faggy, nerdy voice, like, oh no, hate speech. Help me, Facebook. Hey, come on.
Man, I used to be like really fucking liberal.
3 parentheses Zuckerberg.
SJWs
Fuck the
made
cock.
me a fucking
Fuck
righty.
suck the cock.
Oh no,
SJWs
someone
ruined left.
I even
I
said
now have PTSD and need money. Donate to my Patreon.
even in my last YouTube video, it's just a video of me climbing this big ass tree, but I start the video just by being like, Mark Zuckerberg is a fucking cock, just because I was just so like, oh, fuck this guy.
Man, I wish I could climb trees like you, Kester. I'm not even joking, bro. That trees climbings. I need spirit power. I don't know how to get it.
It's pretty decent, man. It's pretty cool.
Cheers. Man, I was thinking of doing a video in which, while I'm climbing a tree, I explain what spirit power actually is. The last time I tried explaining what spirit power is, I was high and I wrote a massive essay on it. Wait, I think I've still got the essay. Oh, but like,
is this like your like Shintoism or something? Like your version of it?
It's like self-improvement. It's like me getting self-improvement ideology and being like, yeah, it's spirit powered, yeah, and like it has something to do with happy hardcore. It has something to do with campy, effeminate, like techno music. I don't know why.
You do you, my bro. You do you. If it works for you, fuck it, man.
It's like,
man, there's too many fucking Nazis on this group, to be honest.
Dude, let's talk about this group.
What are you talking about?
Man.
Hitler
Let's
did
talk
not.
about how this group is fucking cancer.
This group is.
I feel like I've smoked like 6 packs already.
I go on court. I like talking politics. When I first came on here, I'm like, wow, I'm gonna meet some great people. You know, I'm gonna have these wonderful
This
discussions.
cancer.
Discussions I've had is whether or not the Holocaust happened. Like fucking cancer everywhere. Fucking flies like. I Mr. Bikini Pics. Mr. Bikini Pics. I'm really fucking pissed about that. I wanted to see that.
Everyone tell their fucking first story and how they realized how cancerous this group is.
Fuck, man.
I think it was Kayla, or however you say K-L-A.
Claw. I call it Claw. I don't care.
Claw. Is that? Yeah, I think it was her posting like 16 pictures of her face, and people were like photoshopping like noses on her and stuff. I think that was it.
So many people
When I
hate
realized
bro.
I'd like fallen in.
What about you, Mr. Mix? I don't know if I can address you.
Oh
With
yeah.
your real name.
I reckon when I realized how cancerous it was when Kayla was like, "Oh, let's post a selfie thread. Oh, let's post a selfie thread." And then, like, I don't know, I posted me giving the fingers and saying that feminism is cancer or something. And this girl's just like, "Oh, you're good looking. Oh," and I was like, "This is not a politics group. This is totally like."
This is not a politics group. So I
This is
remember,
like-
okay, I have an arch nemesis in this group, but he kind of left, and I've never seen him again. But
What's his
he's
name?
called David O'Dwyer.
Oh yeah.
I fucking hate this guy. I fucking hate him.
What's the name of that Alex guy? Some Alex guy was giving me heaps of shit. He was like, climbing trees is for kids, and he's like calling me a pussy.
Oh yeah. I remember him. I was like,
I just said fuck you, faggot, and blocked him because I don't have time for his
What?
shit. And
What
he's like,
happened to that Frederick guy who I was calling
Oh,
Fred
yeah.
the Red because he's an anarcho-communist, and I screenshotted the pictures where
yeah, he's still in the group. I've seen him on some threads.
Oh shit! Yeah, I think he's avoiding me. He doesn't comment in anything I comment anymore because I think he's scared that I'm gonna repost it. He said he made a thing where he said it's better to not be racist than to prevent your girl getting raped or something like that. It was something like it was. Yeah.
It's better having girl raped than being racist.
I genuinely think people can't be this stupid.
No,
he
he
we're
is
just like,
this stupid. We're entering like a Twilight Zone.
Sometimes I feel bad that I'm a human being.
Yeah, this group is sin.
This group is fucking cancer. So what happened with this David guy, right? So I was just like, I joined this group. I'm ready to talk some politics, right? And so the first post I saw was about if you could choose, who would you rather have rule the world, Hitler or Stalin, right?
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's when I first met you, bro.
Yeah, and I said, and I thought you were a fucking SJW.
I don't think I'm an SJW.
Yeah, I thought like, this Hunter guy, he's probably like a fucking SJW. But you weren't. But somehow I still thought that. But anyway, and I wrote, I'd rather have Stalin, even though he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
I just, like Hitler's plan is to eradicate all kinds of people. We can, I know people have different opinions on this, but this is just how I see it, right? His plan is to eradicate Jews and all these people. Much more people are planned to die. And for Stalin, he would try to do communism. Lots of people would die.
People.
What do you mean?
You keep saying people.
Yeah. Yeah, I
He's
suck at
saying that they aren't people.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Fuck you, man. Anyway, right? And I was like, this was my argument, right? And this David O'Dwyer guy, he kept like saying, "Oh, so you just caused 20 more million people to die because that's how historically more people died under Stalinism." And like, yeah, that might be true, but you asked me who should rule the world, and I'm like, if I really have to decide, I'd rather go with Stalin. And he like kept bombarding me like, "Oh, I just outed you as a fucking commie," and things like that. It was really ridiculous.
I don't understand why people try to just justify fascism and justify capitalism by referring to communism and saying, "Oh, communism did this and that. They killed so many people. This is why capitalism is so good." It's like, what? Why would you use something else to justify your own points?
Yeah, there's actual reasons why we should live in a fascist dictatorship. All of them are good.
Mussolini was fine, doesn't that?
No, Jesus Christ.
What do you guys think of Uliana? I personally think that Uliana, she owns a baby grinding factory. She owns a baby grinding factory. She got fired from SeaWorld for molesting the dolphins. she
seen
works
that
in
much,
Burger
but-
King and she puts her hand down her pants and then
Is she a
handles
paid
food.
troll? She has to be a paid troll. No
Yeah,
one
that's
is
what
that
she told me.
active.
Her
Just
posts
job.
today were so fucking annoying about, oh, this guy is such a conservative. He's a conservative. The guy who
Oh.
killed, right, who shot up the gay bar. Like, she made like 20 posts with his face and saying, I hate LGBT rights. I am a conservative. This is not what this is. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
She's such a penis. Like the people who are most the people who are most in favor of killing those ISIS cunts are conservatives. Like I reckon the left needs to catch up to the right in terms of being like fuck ISIS. Like I'm fully on the fuck ISIS train. Let's bomb
I'm
the
also
absolute
a fuck
shit
ISIS
out of
fan.
The only way to truly like actually kill ISIS is you gotta get their leader. I don't know what his fucking name is. You get his leader. You
all
torture
bad.
him, and you tell him to say on national television, "I do not believe in Allah." One, you just like had the caliphate say that he does not believe in the God that he just like put his whole life up to, and you got loads of people that are gonna leave ISIS because they feel that it's just they've been betrayed. You're gonna get some people that still are faithful, but it's gonna be damaged like beyond repair.
That
You can't
would be
kill an idea.
That's kinda
You can
interesting.
kill an idea, but
The
you can't
best
kill an idea with
way,
bullets.
I think, because that's never going to happen. I think the best way
Of
to,
course, it's never gonna happen.
yeah, the
If
best
they-
way to actually get rid of ISIS is to literally funnel unreasonable amounts of support to Assad until he goes crazy and just genocides the whole area and they get
no,
wiped out.
See, Assad's
Nah,
not
fuck
actually.
Assad.
Assad's not going against ISIS. Assad's actually using them to go against the rebels.
And also he's
The-
using the excuse for, well, I'm just fighting Islamist extremists to fight against, like, oh, I'm just a good guy here. Fighting
They're
against
all
these-
they're all crazy.
Assad
They're all
is the
fucked
best.
up.
Assad is the actual best option out of everyone for
He's still a
controlling
fucking
Syria.
asshole,
Yeah, that
If
there's
you
in the
wanted to
Middle
give
East,
power to someone
the
at the
best
beginning,
option probably
everyone who should have
sets
had
kids
power
on
is already
fire.
dead.
What?
Everyone who should have had power is already dead.
Yeah,
They've all
So-
died.
that's the problem with the Middle East right now. Is the best person for the job probably like shoots puppies for amusement in his backyard. There is no like Western good option by our standard. You have to
Well,
look at it from their standard.
That's mainly because there is no Western people. I mean,
Yeah,
like, the
we're
Middle
look-
Eastern people, they don't
We
like
look at it
democracy.
like that.
I mean,
The
like-
Middle East functions best in a dictatorship. That's the way their culture works.
I mean, like we in Kuwait,
But cultures
we have
change.
and cultures do change. In Kuwait, we
Yeah.
have parliament, but our parliament is really fucking like I'm talking about like Taliban conservative. Like they want people to like wear abayas all around. The sheikh, on the other hand, he's pretty liberal, and so he lets people do what they want. But at the same time, you get like corruption and everything. So it matters with where you are. Assad wasn't that big of a problem. He was like my friend. He's Syrian. He was walking down the street in Syria, and I kid you not, there was this black like car, this black, tinted windows and everything, but the back seat window was rolled down, and they actually saw Assad like dancing to music in his own car, and he waved
Dude, I
at
can
them.
imagine that shit.
I kid you not, he like winked at them, and then he drove off, and I was like, what the fuck?
That Assad guy. I mean, I've seen interviews with him. He's a pretty liberal guy. Like he's not
he is
your-
liberal.
You know what I don't
He's
know.
not a bad guy.
Maybe this is he seems almost like a British guy in
Yeah.
the Arab world.
And he grew up in Britain, right?
He grew up
Did
in
he?
Britain. He went to university in Britain. He's a dentist.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, he's really liberal.
His older
In
brother
fact,
died, who was
he
supposed
brought a lot of
to take over.
a lot of Western ideas to
Yeah.
Syria. These rebels, they're the conservatives.
Sort
Now-
of. I mean, they were protesting against the
They
dictatorship.
were
at first,
protesting
right?
against Assad mostly just because everything was going to shit, and that wasn't
Yeah.
exactly Assad's fault. Assad's not good with pressure, but he is good at normal. He is the best option, mainly just because if you give these rebels power, it's gonna just cause a lot more infighting, and most likely ISIS is gonna start moving in on them. You give Assad power. You let these dissenters take their own land, like Kurdistan. But see, America gave weapons to the Syrian rebels because Assad wanted to attack Israel. And so that shit happened, and Assad is backed up by Russia and Iran, and so that's why also the Iran deal happened, and so you got this whole clusterfuck of people.
It is a clusterfuck, definitely.
There's been a clusterfuck for a long time. It's why the countries that are allied with America aren't helping out Syria.
Yeah, what one way to fix the Middle East is to build a giant wall around them. wait, it gets better, it gets better. Then you build a dome over them so they're completely locked in. And you just
that's what we're gonna do in America.
leave them for like 3,000 years and you come back.
No.
You just put a bubble around them, give them like 3,000 years.
I got an idea from Stephen King, who's American.
What did Stephen King want this? To just put all the
Because he
Muslims
made
in a
the show
bubble.
through the dome, where they made a dome around the city.
Oh, guys, Adolphus Völkermord is in the comments.
Who?
Adolphus Völkermord.
Wait, I'm not exactly actually in the comments. I'm on my phone, so I can't really see this shit.
Yeah, no, I can see it in the comments. He said, ISIS is accomplishing a lot of Israel's goals in the region. Trump, Putin, Assad, new access of. I like lesbian rape.
But Putin's pretty badass. But the problem with Russia at the moment is that it's just a shadow of its former self.
Yeah, he's still picking up the pieces of the buttfuck that was the Soviet.
The reason why he intervened in Syria is one, because to protect his oil interests.
Yeah.
But mostly to show the world that, like, we're badass Russians, we can still handle it. Because the Russian people, they hate Gorbachev, but they also hate communism. And so what they hate about Gorbachev is because he made them stop becoming a superpower.
Yeah, that's what they care about. And
they don't care about they want to be a superpower. Yeah. They miss that.
They want to be important again. And this is kind of like, so people make Hitler comparisons all the time, right? But I feel like this is a similar kind of situation where Russia is right now. Is to the Weimar Republic, like where Germany after the First World War was so embarrassed, right? It was like just stripped away from all its grandness, and kind of like Russia is in that same thing, right? Like this huge Soviet empire like broke down.
Yeah.
And people are just kind of like.
See, the thing about the Soviet, what happened when the collapse of the Soviets, and I'm a history buff. I fucking love Soviet history in general. I'm learning about it right now. I just finished it. But what happens when a superpower is defeated? Never make a superpower that's been defeated feel like it's not a superpower anymore, because that's what usually happens. That's what happened with Germany. In every instance, Germany should have won both world wars. They had more men. They were more capable. They could have beaten everyone. But what happened was
they fucking fucked Russia, man. Don't go to Russia in winter.
Yeah, they fucked Russia during the
First World War. Stalin had joined instead of like fighting, if they just stayed allies forever, that would have been.
Yeah,
it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have been able to happen, right? Because Hitler was going to betray him no matter what. Hitler was. Hated communism. There was no way that they.
Yeah, because they're sort of center. The Nazis were center authoritarian, and the commies were left authoritarian. So because of that, many like university students would actually switch back and forth a lot.
Yo.
Hey.
See, not only that. But in Mein Kampf, he stated that he wanted to completely destroy communism, and that's why, like in Russia, like rung alarm bells with Stalin. And the reason why the Nazi-Soviet pact happened, Stalin was trying to get some time. He wanted to build up his forces, which he did, But it didn't work well at the start.
It's more than that though, right? He just didn't want to destroy communism. He also wanted Lebensraum in the East.
Yeah.
He wanted to create this new he wanted to have,
If Hitler won, he would have paved all the way into Russia and all the way into Eastern Europe, all the way up to the Ural Mountains, taken Finland, and that would have been like where all like just imagine like this whole empire where it's basically all about like spitting out Aryan children and just kind of
that was his
improving
idea.
the race. Yeah.
But what Hitler should have done, he should have defeated the West because he was secure on the East. Like Stalin wasn't thinking that he would attack anytime soon. He should have defeated the West. He should have.
No, I believe Stalin was preparing for Hitler's betrayal already.
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't thinking of it.
He knew that he was going to betray him ahead of time.
No, because you see, the Allies went up to Russia many times, but they never really did anything. They never really actually tried to figure out an alliance with them. Like, for example, they instead of sending like their chief ambassador, they sent like some kind of messenger. While Nazi Germany, on the other hand, they sent like their chief ambassador, and so you get this level of respect from Nazi Germany, and the level of respect from the Allies. And so what Stalin was thinking was that from the way Germany was headed is that they were going to try and steer Germany to Russia, and that's why he made the deal in the first place. So one, he could get some parts of Poland, and two, so he could save time. In fact, he never expected Hitler to invade so quickly. He actually went missing for about 2 weeks, and then they found him, and he was like completely distraught. And he thought they were going to kill him, but then they just said like, we need you right now because we don't really have anyone else, because fuck it, they needed Stalin at that time.
Would you guys have sex with Megyn Kelly or Fox News?
Fuck yes. Fuck yes. 100%.
Guys agree, like conservative, sort of like conservative Republican, tidy like Dana Loesch, and Megyn Kelly. You just want to like, I don't know, just go there.
No, not recent Megyn Kelly. Not when she's like looking the best from when it was like just rising slowly in the polls, when she like shaved off a lot of her long hair and stuff.
Oh yeah, no, the short-haired version looks a bit meh. No, back when she had long hair. Wait, let me look. I'm looking at Google images. The long-haired one.
I do like her a lot.
I want
Trisha, what do you think?
To be honest.
Of Megyn Kelly, I'm not totally sure. I guess. I don't know.
What's the answer?
Into women, I suppose. So who's all here? There's Kester. Is Fabio here? I see Tristan.
I'm here. I'm gonna activate my camera real quick.
Hey, Tristan, wait, what was that thing you said about him the other day? Tristan Fiston or something?
Fiston Tristan. Makes him holler. He'll do it all but for $1. I thought it was pretty good.
That's hate speech. That should be banned.
Is that white kid communist Tristan?
Oh, I'm here. I forgot.
Your hate speech out of this campus, yo.
So did you guys already have the debate on freedom of speech?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So who's the winner?
Eternal fascism.
I did.
We decided for anarcho-fascism to be the best system.
Anarcho-fascism?
I said at one point that we should invade Mecca and destroy Sharia law worldwide, and then everyone got real uncomfortable.
We're gonna destroy
the. I can understand that.
I can understand that. I mean, yeah.
Freedom is superior firepower. The only way.
I've been going so hard on Islam apologists today, just getting like rainbow filter, fuck Islam, posting on my Facebook wall, and everyone's like, That's offensive.
Man, I think like I'm usually playing devil's advocate. Like I always like on Twitter, I'm usually against Islam and I'm saying like, oh, Islam's like really shitty. But on politics and sociology, like they just bash Islam so much that I just like feel like kind of bad, and I'm just like, okay, fine, I'll defend Islam for like a
Poor
bit.
Islam.
Well, I always like to make that distinction, right? I mean, right? Hesser is probably agreeing with that too. We're like both Majid Navas fans, I always make that distinction.
Yeah, we're both big fans of this. There's this liberal Muslim guy called Majid Nawaz, and he's Muslim, but he's got massive balls, and he's always telling other Muslims to shut up.
And he makes a distinction, right? He says,
How do you say his name?
Majid Navas. I told you about it, Yusuf.
I think I might have
Fabio's got it.
What you said?
I said I think I might have heard of him.
Yeah, he's great. And he makes that distinction between Islamophobia and wait. So he talks about. I just lost my thought there right now. He talks about anti-Muslim bigotry, right? Which is a clear thing that happens, like being bigoted against Muslims as people. But this is not the same as Islamophobia. Islamophobia Islam is an idea. It should be criticized. Ideas don't have any rights. But if you are bigoted against Muslims as people, just as their identity, then that's a problem. And I agree with that.
And then you're being a penis. People who hate all Muslims are just penises.
Yeah. They're penises.
Basically, practically everyone on politics and sociology is a penis.
Yeah. I have my best friend since 10 years is Muslim. I've dated Muslim women. I have no fucking quarrel with Muslim people.
Have you gone down on a Muslim woman before?
Yes, I have.
Is it, what color are their vaginas? Is it like terracotta colored like Greek girls, or is it?
Man, be careful though. They can sometimes have burger nipples. I kid you not. It's fucking gross, bro. It's fuck, man. It like covers the entire tit, bro. It's fucking weird.
Are you thinking of Mia Khalifa?
No, but she's hot. She's 100% hot. I don't
Pakistani, right?
Like, if you don't like Mia Khalifa, frankly, you're gay. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
I don't know. I don't find Mia Khalifa particularly hot. I guess I'm
gay. I'm sorry, bro. You're gay. Like, what do you want me to say?
I am part gay. I'm part gay. I guess.
Halfway.
Yeah.
Are you brainwashed?
That's part of why I'm so like on the fuck Islam train, because everyone's like, and I'm just like, yeah, fuck Islam. They want me dead just for the way I was born. They can eat a dick.
But if you live in sin, you deserve to die. It's compassion.
Oh, true. I should be euthanized, mate.
Yeah, it's compassion.
Oh, well, like
let me find my favorite quote today about the shooting. Actually, I sent it to Fabio. Let me find that again.
Oh, I know what you mean.
I saw some pretty disgraceful ones on politics and sociology.
There's a lot of disgraceful things on politics and sociology.
There's some pretty disgusting things on Twitter with like some Muslims supporting it.
Oh, really?
I actually don't even fucking know where these Muslims come from and how they fucking get on Twitter in the first place if they're so fucking conservative.
Oh, here it is. Okay. What a great day. More Americans are red-pilled. Trump is going to win the election. There's 50 more HIV patients that I don't have to pay with my tax dollars.
Wait, repeat that?
Oh.
Is it,
So Trump's going to win the election. Yeah.
Yeah, and the 50 patients that are no longer needing tax dollar support.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's horrible. But hey guys,
Who wrote that?
Let's talk about what happened today. I mean, this is going to be huge for America, right? I mean, this is going to be...
Oh, that just handed Trump just a massive
Yeah.
Like,
This is
political
good.
I
This is
fucking
good.
hope Trump wins. I hope Trump
Please.
wins because the left
God,
are being
no.
such fucking pussies. They don't deserve to win.
I don't
agree.
I don't like
I'm on the
him.
left myself, but I fucking I'm on the
Oh,
left myself.
I
I
hope
fucking
Trump
hate
doesn't
them.
shouldn't win.
for anarcho-fascism.
Anarcho-fascism.
I can't.
Here we go again.
Trump shouldn't win, in my opinion, bro. Just fuck, man.
I dislike PC culture as much as the next one here.
Exactly.
But I don't think that this is maybe the only thing that speaks for Trump. Part is maybe the economy, but other than that, this guy is an authoritarian.
The guy's an idiot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's
but
an
the
idiot.
guy's a fucking
He's not in
idiot.
any shape or form fit to be in office. I'm not saying Hillary is, but he's just this guy and talks about random stuff. He throws around shit and hopes that something sticks at the end.
If you
And then
throw
he's
around
talking about
shit,
that.
you're gonna get shit back. I mean, like, people
I think
go
they're
around
both
saying,
very much authoritarian, but Donald Trump seems to be, I mean, a lot of his policy positions are actually very democratic, in my
I
opinion.
don't give a shit.
But he's the better of the two options.
But just
I don't think
imagine a
he's-
terrorist attack.
Think about it like this.
Hillary's a
People keep saying,
man-hating piece
he's
of
actually
shit.
moderate.
He
What
should be
he's
kicked
saying
in the
is
face.
moderate. If you go around saying, I'm gonna ban all, I'm gonna ban
Hillary
all Muslims
is
who
like
are entering the
electing
US.
Soros, and Soros is the devil. So why would you do that?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Soros is the devil.
If
Well-
electing Hillary is like electing she's a Soros puppet along with it for like 30 other different things.
Oh, you mean like she's bought?
Everyone's
Yeah.
bought.
And she's bought by like all the wrong people.
I
Like
wouldn't say bought,
Sanders
because
was
at
bought
the
by
same time,
union.
She's
That's what
advocating.
his thing
She's
was.
advocating for regulation of Wall Street, and also she's an opportunistic politician. If she can make money, she's gonna make money. Frankly, I don't like her. I don't like anyone who's
Yeah,
running for- I like
she's
Bernie, but
she's like
yep.
who the fuck what was it? Who wrote the print? 1 minute.
Would you guys have sex with that woman who was at the Milo thing where she filmed Trigglypuff and then it zooms out and it
yeah,
shows
she's
her
hot.
going like
I
Yeah.
fuck her, man. I actually like her. She's actually really fucking hot. The one that like zoomed out and it showed like the girl like doing like
yeah,
this kind of
yeah.
pose. Yeah, she's hot. She's hot.
And
She'd
and
get
the-
the treatment, right?
I love
and
how like we're talking about politics and Kester goes like, man, would you fuck that girl? Like, would you fuck like?
But I don't know about you guys, but like girls who are like anti-feminist and anti this kind of like PC shit, they're fucking hot. Like I don't know, it makes
I
some.
agree.
I recently had a girl
It's
like that.
well, no, there's actually a reason for this. There's a scientific reason for this.
It's a scientific reason.
It's gender Marxism. Yeah, feminism is gender Marxism. It's
Yeah,
like
100%.
it's really insane. People who tend to want to force equality, like force everyone to become on the same field always, tend to be people who would benefit from everyone being forced. So if everyone's forced, they would be raised up and everyone else would be lowered. So when the women who hate feminism are the women who are beautiful and the women who are really talented and shit. So like they would lose things. Yeah.
They're hot.
I can back that up. Like the best looking girl I ever had sex with was anti-feminist. The second best looking girl I ever had sex with, who had a really high IQ, was also anti-feminist. So yeah, sample size 2, conclusion 100% valid.
The girl that I know, she's really hot, but she's also fucking stupid, and I don't like her as a person. But she's like a feminist and all that kind of stuff. I think it doesn't really. I don't think it has to do with looks. I think it has to do with being perceived. And by the way, these are all Muslim girls, so they see themselves as oppressed, and they are. But I think it has a lot to do with like feminism in America. I'm not the kind of guy who would say, oh, feminism is cancer, because I do believe that there are some concerns, mainly social concerns, when it comes to gender roles. I think that's already accomplished its job. Women shouldn't be like forced by society to only become a wife. They should be allowed to do different things. Do your
Or
own
have
shit.
the right to vote.
Yeah, exactly. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. Is basically my problem. The main concern that I have with feminism is that it's going too far now, and that it's just it's going to devolve into basically what happened in the 1980s, where they started to discuss whether or not porn was sexist.
I think the only
Being against porn makes you a man
thing they've ever
son
done.
of a human piece of shit.
The only valuable thing they've really done is I think the equal pay. That's pretty much it. Before that and after that, garbage.
I think the destruction of the nuclear family was good.
That was bad. What, it was good?
I'd say it was good. I don't want to personally. I don't care if you did bad for yourself afterwards. I think it's the fact that I can do what I want without having to be forced by society to no, you have to be like this. I don't want to be like anything. I want to be like what I want to be.
Well, you should choose.
You gotta be a man. You
should definitely be able to choose. But there is an argument to be made for family. I mean, there's empirical evidence that families and children that come out of intact families are just much more better situated.
The whole thing, if you get rid of single moms, you get rid of 90% of crime.
Yeah, you can get rid of single moms, but is that because if you get rid of the nuclear family, is that gonna cause more single moms, or is that because of a prospect of society changing? The nuclear family was never gonna last.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
By what?
If you get rid of the nuclear family, does that? No, the nuclear family.
If you get rid of the nuclear family, what problems would occur compared to that? If you do not get rid of the nuclear family.
Okay, so what end the whole reason humans were capable of this has to do with early human evolution.
Yeah, because of
what happened is we
men do that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was different than that. What we transitioned from a competition mating where 40% of men would have access to women and the other 60% would not pass on their genes. 20% of men would access 80% of women, 20% of men had 20% of women, and 60% of men had zero access. That's what the competition society was. And it was basically like sticks and flint, and that was our tech. When we changed that to every single person got a pairing partner, there was a big paragon shift in all of a sudden people went from nomadic tribal sort of shit to actually building things, to actually and many people think that shift from competition-based mating with 20% 80 to getting 80 and 20% getting 20 and 60% getting 0, that shift from that to pure monogamy, like everyone pairs up, that is what was the biggest push towards suddenly civilization appearing.
No, I'm not arguing against marriage or anything like that. I think pairing up and doing all this thing is good. What I'm arguing against is the whole nuclear family ideal and what it stands for. The men do this and the women do this, and if you don't do it, you're gonna be ostracized because of it.
I think that gender roles as a whole, I mean, I don't oppose people staying in their gender roles, and I think that it's nice that people have the option to choose, but it definitely does have consequences. I mean, massive amounts of women entering the workforce and, socializing single motherhood certainly increases it, and I don't know whether that's good for society. I mean, based on the different studies that are out there.
I say that was the biggest nail in the coffin for society. The women entering the workforce thing was the biggest con job of what has happened with you have the same amount of buying power, and you have now two people working, so you've doubled the amount of hours that a family has to put out for the same amount of bread on the table. It is the biggest con job.
Well, I agree, and why go to your minimum wage shit job when you're just that back and it's whatever. At least one, it's better for the child, first of all, if at least one parent stays home. And I mean, I don't know. People can make the decisions that they want, but everything has consequences. Definitely.
It has, yes, but like, and this is kind of weird. Did the audio change somehow?
Yeah, I heard that too. You sort of like your volume went just straight down over time.
The audio is just like distorted and.
Yeah, that's happening to everyone, I think.
Okay. Well, now it's getting better.
You guys gotta put on your headphones so it doesn't get feedback.
I do agree that this has consequences for society. Obviously, when people make free decisions, this will have consequences on a bigger scale. But, I mean, can we really sacrifice individual freedom, though? Like, can we say, when women go into the workforce and, there's a lot of single moms, this is hurtful for society, so we should somehow, like,
take away their
force
freedoms
them
and
to have children and stuff like that? I mean, that can't be the answer, too, right?
Yeah, I'm very libertarian.
Well,
when it comes
the
to
best,
this, and I don't think any individual liberties should be.
Yeah, no, I'm
sacrificed
completely with you that. So what will we do about that?
Yeah, the best way is to remove all incentives which allow things. So if you got rid of welfare, you wouldn't be able to survive as a single mom. What does that mean? That means suddenly you'd have to become like 10 times more choosy with men. If women suddenly became 10 times more choosy with the men they fuck, then imagine the higher standard that men would suddenly be held to. Men would have to change their behavior.
To a higher standard. I think women need to be held to a higher standard. Women, right, can be fat, ugly, stupid, mean, and still get laid. Whereas me, before I learned pickup stuff, I was just a guy who wasn't that socially skilled, and women are like, my vagina's pretty dry, eh? So I think actually women should be held
to be honest, if I was
way
a girl
higher
and I saw
standard.
Kester, if I was a girl and I saw Kester climb the trees like the way he does, I'd be fucking wet, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
What are these tree videos that everyone's
you haven't
talking
seen
about?
those tree videos? Jesus,
You haven't seen, bro? Type Mixolydian. Type Mixolydian on
send him a
YouTube.
link, bro. Man, you need to check this fucking shit out, bro.
Yeah, I must send
There's
him a
porn.
link.
Dude, by the way, Adolphus Völkermord is like
Better than
really
porn.
comments against
Wait,
this.
is
I just noticed
this
that.
being streamed to the group?
Yeah, it is being streamed to the group because I initially found it on there. So
Yeah.
I think Fabio
Did you guys
posted a link.
see Adolphus Völkermord is raging against us in the comments?
I can't see these comments, and I want to see them so badly.
It's kind of fun, yeah. Adolphus, is that actually you in that fucking like?
Oh shit! I can
Profile
actually
picture?
like
Kinda
get
scary.
out of this and actually look at the. Okay, let's see.
It looks really scary. It's just this like prototype of like a German Aryan soldier. Like what the fuck?
Oh yeah, he's the most Aryan motherfucker you'll ever meet.
Who?
You know what his
The
name means? You know what his
Adolphus
name?
guy?
Völkermord means-
Dolphin.
Fucking a dolphin.
Or a brighter future.
I haven't even like met this
I
guy
loved-
yet. Like I haven't like come to shared fisticuffs with him yet. The only like Nazi that I've talked to is like.
I don't even think he's a Nazi.
Commentary on the alt-right. Our commentary on the alt-right was fucking epic. Like, me, Tristan, and Fabio all like took the alt-right to pieces earlier.
And the alt-right was never about being a response to to like the regressive left or like SJWs. It was always
It
about
kind of was that, right? I mean,
no, I mean like
it's
no,
just popular.
No.
came to
No.
prominence.
The alt-right is the same thing you guys are to the regressive left.
Yeah.
That alt-right is the alt-right is classical libertarians to the regressive conservatives.
Yeah. I can see that.
But like at the same time, you get like all these like alt-righters who are like, the full fedora dudes, and they're all like, "Oh, Europa rise," all that shit.
But lots of them are LARPing, right? I mean, lots of them are just pretending to be like.
Man, I hope so, because I hope so, because like a lot of this shit is so fucking stupid, and so like it's like. Someone like says, "Can you please explain to me, like, rationally, why gender, keeping races apart and choosing not to mix them is bad?" And I said, and I gave my reason, saying that it creates an us and them mentality and can promote racial bias. And they're all like, "Yes, but how is that bad?" Like, they're fucking stupid, but they just know how to fucking articulate themselves sometimes.
But
Who was?
Yusuf, wouldn't you say that like this anti-white rhetoric, right? There's all this white privilege and all this kind of like white supremacy shit, which was basically dead in the U.S., right? Who was really a white supremacist? Like, it's really fringy, right? And wouldn't you like say that this like movement against that, right? In university, all this white privilege stuff, all this social justice stuff, kind of like awakened some kind of like counter movement that prides itself on being white?
Definitely.
The reason the alt-right is called the alt-right is because they're alt of what is the current right, and the current right establishment is it's the right-wing regressive left. It is
the conservatives.
It's the conservatives. That's why they call them that.
I really don't understand this alt-right thing. I mean, did this just sort of crop up in the last year or so? Because I've never heard it until quite recently.
I think you'd be considered it.
I'd say they're basically like intelligent conservatives who know how to like argue and shit like that.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
It's all of the like libertarian nationalists, all the way up to like the fascists in like a big because I have a map actually of all the different groups that the alt-right because the alt-right's an umbrella term of everyone fighting against the conservative establishment. So I have a little map of it.
Yeah, that chart is really good actually. It made me understand it better.
I don't really understand how libertarians can be grouped in with a bunch of, authoritarian
nationalists
or fascists and.
I'm libertarian, and I wouldn't consider myself part of the alt-right.
Yeah. Well, aren't you? Wait. If you're nationalist libertarian, you're under the alt-right.
Oh, nationalist libertarian. No, I'm not a nationalist.
What did you say?
I said I'm just a libertarian, I'm not a nationalist.
Yeah.
I can't fucking. I just can't imagine myself saying, "Wow, I live in country X. I love my country." Wow.
Yeah.
I think a little bit of
that's my position.
I'm lucky to be German. Like I feel like I belong to Germany. I feel like I do have some kind of like connection to it. But I just don't feel like I'm proud of it. I'm happy to be born in America. I'm happy to be Kuwaiti, but I don't. Like sometimes my brother, he goes like whenever like when Donald Trump said something about like Kuwait that they need to pay reparations, he's like, Hunter, do you see what he's talking about our country? I'm like, what? Like our country? I'm like, what? I'm like why do you need to like phrase it that way? I don't see this whole solidarity with your country thing, because it's usually just being used as a kind of way to say, oh, you need to serve your. Countries can't be offended. Only people can. Yeah. You can say whatever the shit you want about a country. Yeah, exactly. I want to every country, not just.
Kill this cunt. Okay, seriously, there's this cunt called Steve Marmel. He just said, At real Donald Trump, 998 shootings since Sandy Hook. 2 were Muslim, 998 were men. Yeah, it must be a Muslim problem, not a male violence problem.
Dude, no
It's
one
just-
is saying that.
Put this cunt in a cage. Just lock him in a cage. Fuck him.
So a guy killed 50 people in a fucking gay club. This is something different. This is something. This hasn't happened before. We're fucking allowed to be outraged by this.
Yeah, we're allowed to be outraged, but also I think people need to realize that this guy, like, he wasn't religious at the start, and he did, like, there are, like, his father and his girlfriend both said that whenever, like, he was near gay people, he just got really angry. And whether or not it's an Islamic thing, like in Islam, gay homosexuality is frowned upon, but there are homosexuals. I'm best friends with him, and he's kind of like iffy on Islam, but he views it as like, again, it can be interpreted, and just because it says it in the book doesn't mean that the actual Muslims agree with it. They'll say that their religion is perfect, but most of the time they won't actually like. If it says like, oh, homosexuals are bad and you should kill them, I don't know if it says that or not, but they won't go out. Most of them won't go out and kill all homosexuals that they see, but there are those people.
But really, I mean, that just means that they're more secular. It just means that they're not actually observing the tenets of their religion. The religion itself, I mean, the books are very clear about the consequences of homosexuality, or rather homosexual acts, I think is what it actually regulates. But, you know, the fact that we can't
it's the same thing with Christians.
talk about the enemy is the problem.
Yeah, I can't exactly hear you, but I kind of get like the little things that you are saying. Yeah, you're completely right. Even if whether or not Muslims do it or not, the fact that it says it is a problem. The thing that I have a problem with, and me living in the Muslim community, is that they hate people talking about Islam in like in a form of criticism. When you say, I don't agree with this part in the Quran, or I don't agree with Muhammad on this part, they'll start trying to justify it. Like whenever I say, you know, Muhammad married a 9-year-old, they're like, oh, but you know, she chose to. She could have said no.
She was asking for it. You have she was.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's 9 years old. And you can't exactly, like, if they just said, yeah, that's bad. Okay, I'm not saying that Islam is a bad religion, because I consider it one of the more tamer religions when compared to the Old Testament, who they say if you wear clothes that are of a different cloth.
Yeah, well, the crazy Jews were crazy. Their whole history revolves around cutting people up. But that's because of the fucking Semitics.
Sucking baby dicks. They actually do that.
Fuck all Abrahamic religions.
They cut the baby's foreskin and then they suck the baby dick. And I didn't believe this.
I got circumcised.
I didn't believe this. I looked it up on Wikipedia. It actually happens.
Some communities do that.
I never got that. I can vouch. Not all rabbis do that shit.
Yeah, but it used to be common practice, and a lot of babies would actually die from infection.
The fact that people do it is a problem. But like I said before, you see, in the Christian community, there are people with opposing views, and they'll talk about it and they'll discuss it. In the Muslim community, they don't do that. If you disagree on something, it usually ends up with them fighting each other, and that's a lot to do with like what they're like. They're very vehement about what they believe in, and this usually ends up with violence. I mean, like, there's a guy in my school. And we just like label him as like we call him literally ISIS. Like, he literally believes everything about ISIS. He doesn't support ISIS, but he is basically ISIS.
That's fucking crazy.
You get literally ISIS, but then you get like one of my best friends who thinks that who thinks sexuality is a spectrum, and then you get the feminist Muslim who believes that women are always oppressed and black people will always be oppressed, and that racism is just a part of life. again, there's a whole spectrum for people in the Middle East, and I can appreciate that. But again, the Muslim community just doesn't like talking about Islam in general.
Yeah. And I think you're getting at something there, because that is exactly the problem. Like it's such a sacred thing to talk about Muhammad, you know. Like in the West, no one bats a fucking eye. Everyone talks about Jesus, and rightfully so. You know, we should be able to talk about these
set up
things.
their rules. Fucks with changing it. They've set up their rules, which makes it really hard to reform it.
Yeah.
Exactly. The thing is, Islam was never like this in the first place. During the golden age of the Islamic world, things were like pretty fucking good. Like there was a lot of good things coming out.
Yeah, I have like those. I have a big meme of like it was like 1,000 years ago. First person to discover like Earth is a couple thousand years ago. Like first person to discover the Earth is a sphere. And it's like 2014. Guy is put to death for suggesting the Earth is not flat. It's like they've completely regressed.
The reason why they regressed is because there was this like one imam, and he was a very influential imam, and he just started saying philosophy and science is against Allah because it goes against what he states. If you start to ask questions, then it goes against what he states as law. And like people started believing him, they and all the philosophers.
The whole Islamic golden age was probably better than it was. I would argue it was much more. It was further than the Renaissance itself, but actually, a lot of that knowledge was literally lost. Like one thing that pissed me off. This is there's a couple things that I get butthurt about. Yeah. Electricity. This pisses me off. They discovered batteries, and they were testing out how to use metal to create sparks.
I just threw in a We Was Kings.
Testing out. Oh no! It was We Was Science. That's what it is. We Was Science. They were the first person to write about they discovered that if you make a hole small enough and then you shine light through it, you can focus an image on a wall. They were like making projectors, and they were like discovering electricity. And then a bunch of crazy religious people massacred everyone, and all of the books were burned.
Yeah, fuck religion. That's what they do.
It's actually
so we probably lost like 1,000 years worth of technology development.
The Islamic world is a shadow of its former self, and frankly, it needs to get its head out of its ass. To be honest,
it needs free speech.
There are too many people.
It needs free speech. It needs free speech, and like the whole. If you go
it needs eugenics at this point. There's too many people.
If you live.
Oh, I mean that seriously. There's too many people who are born of like incest and stuff.
Where?
In Islam.
In like
isn't like my
no in just
my
the Middle East in general.
I mean like
like that's becoming so normal that it's
they'll marry with it like they'll marry their cousins and all that kind of stuff. I mean like my grandmother, like I don't like her, but like she gave birth to my dad when she was 13 years old.
Whoa!
I know, right? Like.
Were they like married and shit at that time?
Oh, I think she was like married at like maybe married at 13, gave birth to my dad at 13. And my grandpa's a nice dude. Like he was a really fucking nice dude. Don't get me wrong. And but again, he fucking fucked a 13-year-old.
Dude, you're in HD right now. It's pretty cool.
I know, right? But again, like there's a lot of fucking like people say, oh no, it's just because it was to survive or anything. The culture's different. I can respect that it was different times and there was different things, and so what they thought was right then is wrong now. I get that, but we still need to acknowledge that it was wrong and all that kind of shit. The Islamic world and the Islamic world in general doesn't really change that much. It changes a lot. I've kept saying that it's basically like Europe was back when Protestant was rising.
Yeah.
Now it's starting to change a lot, but it wasn't. But like the change was very gradual at the start.
Yeah.
So that's why we're seeing now all these religious fanatics coming out.
Yeah. There's evidence for the value change. I have got a book on that. It's basically so that there's this guy and he does the world value survey. So he like does he has a survey where he asks like all kinds of cultures all over the world about their values, and he's been doing that since 1995. And basically what it shows is, you know, the West has much more individualist kind of notions and values, and slowly this has been like changing, but in the last 5 years, like from 2010, this has been growing exponentially in the Islamic world, in the you know, everywhere was like, it's kind of like, you know, changing a lot right now. If you see, and you see it with the Arab Spring.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of has been a value change with the new generation. It's not perfect, obviously, but you can definitely track that things are changing, and that's why I don't agree with Yusuf here, because he says, "Oh, they're all degenerates. They're never going to change."
Yeah.
But things are changing. It's true, and in 20 years, the world's going to be different.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, sorry, straw man.
What I said was there are people in the Middle East who are currently so inbred that they're either too stupid to be allowed to survive at this point, or they're having something like 6, 8 kids, and 2 are past the age of 10. There needs to be some kind of eugenics program to fix it. Cousin in marriage needs to be banned. It needs to be banned.
So you want to
one of their, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's kind of a lag here.
Because the genetic value of the population goes down with inbreeding. They've completely destroyed themselves. Many different populations, especially in like smaller villages. To our standard, the average IQ in these villages are retarded, like retard level averages. We would classify them as entirely disabled. It's so bad. Now it's not like that everywhere. There's places, but marriage to like your second cousin or less related needs to be completely banned.
I guess I could agree with that.
I think we can all agree that you shouldn't fuck someone that you're related to. Although
I disagree.
You shouldn't give birth. You shouldn't procreate with someone.
Fabio's okay if they're a boy.
I think that one of their biggest issues is, you know, they need to separate church and state first of all, and then go through sort of an Enlightenment era, the same as the West did, and go from there. So, you know,
they did have an Enlightenment era, and they've been having a Dark Ages since then.
Yeah, this has basically been the Dark Ages, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they've had like an 800-year-long Dark Ages.
It's coming out right now. You're getting a lot of you're getting a lot of good people right now.
And as far as IQ goes, I mean, if you have no access to reasonable education and you live dirt poor, of course you're not going to have a great IQ. I mean,
it's British. It's the British actually. No, it's the IQ thing. I mean, is genetic, but the revolution that's happening, I think, is the British's influence. There, so many Muslims came over and studied the sort of traditionalism in these British schools, and then went back, like the Majid guy, and that's exactly what's I think, because a bunch of people came over and then they went back to try and fix their own country.
I think there's some truth to that.
There is some truth to that, but I mean, like, I went to a British school and there were a lot of Kuwaiti kids there. Most of them were like real big dicks. That they're really disrespectful, and there's a sense of entitlement in the Arab world. They're really proud people, and
With the British or the Arabs?
I can see the Arabs, and I can see that some people are. Most of the liberals, they just want to leave. They don't want to come back to Kuwait. Though I can see them coming back and trying to change things. In fact, there's this whole growing movement in Kuwait right now where it's all about promoting artists, promoting filmmakers, and trying to create this freedom of speech thing going on. I mean, like, I'm part of it. My dad's part of it. It's slow, but it's growing. But there is that sense of people coming back, and they are trying to change things.
Stay safe, bro. If you do that kind of stuff. No, I agree with that. I think, I mean, obviously a lot of stuff is going wrong, but it has been going wrong in the past. But it doesn't mean it has to be that way. Like, we're still humans. We're still able to change fucking things, and we've been changing things ever since we've been humans. And Yusuf, you were talking about how, like, Arabs, they need all dictators and shit earlier, right? I mean,
yeah, I said the Arab culture currently is set up to function best under a dictatorship with a benevolent king.
This is true.
But culture's changed, though, right? I mean, look at German culture.
Yeah, but
would you think anyone?
No, I mean, if you set up a democracy, like a Western democracy, and switch the government style, it would just be fucking chaos.
Yeah, no, I agree.
They wouldn't. They would just
yeah.
vote in.
Well, no, well, I mean, like, they have the same. But then again,
there needs to be a king.
There needs to be a value change. You can't just impose democracy. You can't just say, here are the institutions of democracy, do whatever you want with it. Obviously, it's called congruence theory. It comes out of politics.
America, fuck yeah.
There hasn't been a successful democracy in the Middle East, mostly just because it's like, okay, you have your little democracy, go on, shoot now, you can go and do your thing. There's no real sense of stability or a country actually being stable once a democracy is set up.
Yeah. It's because of the culture. It's
not only that. Like, okay, take Iraq, for example. You get, like, Bush trying to enforce democracy in Iraq that he thought would, quell these radical extremists. It didn't happen. You get a unstable government that's democratic because he failed to consolidate power in Iraq, and so now you have all these split up territory. You got the Shias, you got the Sunnis, you got ISIS, you got the Kurds. They're all split up. They don't want to live under the democratic regime.
Yeah.
Why? Because there was no consolidation of power. You can't just say we have democracy and then, like, just it's just words. There's no real actual government there.
I don't really think that. I think American foreign policy has mostly been directed at suppressing democracy across the Middle East. In Egypt and. I mean, for the past, 60 or 70 years, they've gone around installing dictators. They did it in Iran. They supported the Shah for 30-some years until the Iranians finally threw him out. And it seems to be the opposite. So they say they want to go into a region and put in democracy, but every time a democracy tries to spring up, they actually...
that was in the Cold War, though, too.
They'll only do it. Yeah, they'll only do it if the country is not an ally to America. The reason why they don't go into Saudi Arabia and say, "Oh, look at this totalitarian regime. They're so bad," is because they give them oil and because they're allies. And it's now because they're the whole Saudi Arabia is the head of the Human Rights Committee. Like
that is a joke.
Really,
that's a fucking joke.
Yeah, it's a little joke. The U.S. always supported.
Literally the same day they do like a mass execution of cutting off people's heads, and they're like,
Now, what happened in Iraq was was a big threat to the stability of the Arab world, mainly because he was a dictator and he was a powerful dictator and he was planning on taking over a lot. He was going to go through Kuwait, control 19% of the world's oil, then go through Saudi Arabia and control more oil.
Who's Saddam Hussein? Is that who we're talking about?
Yeah, Saddam Hussein.
Okay.
Saddam Hussein. And he didn't really have a choice. He after the Iran war, he was broke. He didn't have, and he already said he was going to invade Kuwait. By that time, he couldn't really go back on his word and be all like, okay, because then what would happen is then he'd be seen as weak and he wouldn't have any credibility in politics. So he invaded Kuwait, big problem, and then afterwards, instead of negotiating with the UN and following the treaties that were made, he started boasting about WMDs and how he could beat America's army easily using nuclear weapons and chemical weapons. And that's fucked up because then that what you get in Iraq, what's happening right now. And Bush was stupid in the sense that he went into Iraq thinking that, okay, I'm going to take out this dictator and put in a form of democracy. But all he did was occupy and say he was in a democracy. He didn't actually consolidate the power. And so Iraq is like an example of a country that wasn't an ally of America. And Bush, I think Iraq was one of the only countries that they actually did try and fix, but it just fucked up royally. The other countries like Egypt and Iran and Afghanistan were cases of America actually fucking things up on purpose.
Yeah, but same with Iraq. I mean, they installed Saddam Hussein in the first place, right? And they supported
You're cutting.
Libya is another example.
Yeah, Libya is another example.
Yeah, and
maybe if you have headphones, Trisha, it'd be better. I don't know if you have some.
I don't have headphones, unfortunately.
Stop being poor.
Oh yeah,
I have
can't
more
do
money.
that, Stop being poor, that's what you said. Oh, you guys are so offensive. But yeah, I agree with Trisha too. I mean, the U.S. is always like, I don't know if that's if you have that saying in English, but the U.S. is always fighting the ghosts it has, conjured upon itself. With Saddam, with fucking Taliban. These are also like, the intermingling of U.S. foreign policy. I'm not gonna go, oh, the U.S. did all this stuff, but obviously the U.S. fucked up all
the U.S. did do all this stuff. The U.S. did do all this stuff.
Well, they're not completely to blame. Yeah.
They've deposed dictator after dictator, and the thing is, these dictators kept the peace. They kept these like crazy people in check, and when you got rid of them, suddenly you have ISIS all of a sudden.
I think
you have all these crazy radical groups.
It's basically what happened during the fall of the Russian Empire. You get the fall of this powerful dictator, even though he was completely stupid, and then you just get these extreme radicals who fill in the void. It's because they were at the right place at the right time.
I think one of the biggest. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. No. I was just acknowledging his comparison. I liked it, but yeah.
I think you guys brought up a couple important points earlier about Saudi Arabia being very influential in all of this. Unfortunately for the United States, a lot of its problems start because of resources. Obviously, it has a huge dependency on oil. So it's forced into this bondage with Saudi Arabia, who control OPEC, and they have this deal for petrodollars, so whatever they maintain the U.S. economy, so it's not really an option. And meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is spreading Wahhabism across the Middle East, which is actually responsible for radicals in the first place. So I don't know what the solution is, but maybe just getting rid of its dependency on Saudi Arabia and trying to export its own oil and fracking and whatever at home.
Yeah, Turkey and Saudi Arabia are always stirring shit with their large number of monies.
Turkey's fucking insane at the moment. Turkey's fucking insane.
He's like waging war against the Kurds, and against
No,
free speech in the media.
they
Did
want
you guys hear
Yeah.
what he did, like this whole Germany thing? Like a German comedian that insulted him basically in his show, and now he's gotten sued by him. Did you hear that?
No.
It's really crazy. So there's this comedian in Germany who's he's a really offensive comedian. He's kind of like, I guess, a spearhead of this kind of like bringing back some kind of like notion of free speech to Germany. And so what he said, someone in Turkey got locked up.
Has Germany
for
ever had
insulting
free speech?
Not really, no. There was always the Holocaust denial that you always get in prison for denying the Holocaust. But anyway, so
Even in history, like, never had it.
oh man, they had it in the Weimar Republic. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but they also had child brothels.
They also had child brothels. Let me tell my story. So,
that republic is not a good example.
I'm sorry. So Jan Böhmermann, that's how he's called, right? And someone got in prison for insulting Erdogan in Turkey. So in a way to show solidarity, he basically he made a poem where he said that Erdogan is a pedophile and he loves to take it in the ass. He's just basically, he just insulted him. And there is a law in Germany which is actually like from the Kaiserreich, from the German Empire, pre First World War, that says you can't insult a foreign state of head, and that's it's illegal to insult someone, which is super fucking weird. And he found it out, and he's basically suing him now over that he insulted Erdogan. And you guys have heard it. And then Angela Merkel was faced with the decision if she should allow the suing to go forth, because somehow she could do that. And she said yes, because the courts should decide about that. And it's pretty fucking weird.
Angela Merkel should be kicked in the vagina.
Yeah, okay, Fabio, what do you think? Is Angela Merkel a good political leader, or is she terrible?
I think
Angela Merkel is the
I'm asking Fabio, guys.
Angela Merkel is the example of what happens when a woman doesn't have kids and she gets into politics and she gets really old. She loses like all touch with you. It's like.
But it's not that. I disagree.
When you're a woman and you get like really as old as she does and you don't have kids, you just go crazy. I don't know. It's just a woman thing.
I mean, like, yeah, okay, I see that she's like, very, very liberal to the point where it's kind of regressive.
She's not even liberal. She's a fucking conservative. She's a Christian Democrat.
She's she's a progressive, like, fascist, basically.
A progressive fascist. I'm hearing all these new labels here.
Yeah, she's enforcing progressivism in a fascist. Got like her Gestapo going around. Like if you talk bad about immigrants, you get. She's got Facebook censoring anti-immigrant posts.
I showed that
how
earlier.
Is that not? Yeah. How is that not like 1984?
Well, because they don't kill you.
Yeah. Well, they didn't kill you in 1984.
They do throw. Yeah, they did. Well, no, they did. They torture you and fire you.
After they re-educated you, just to make a point.
They'll torture you and they'll break you to the point where, man, 1984
you
was
won't
such
care
a fucking
anymore.
book. Yeah, it's like you just want to please them.
I mean, all this free speech stuff, it's really fucking like getting intense right now. I showed it earlier on the cast. Like there's this guy who's the leader of a right-wing group, I guess, like a right-wing demonstration, and so he got fined by the German government he got sued for hate speech, and he for saying in a group in Facebook, in a not public group, he said refugees are scum and cattle or something like that.
Jesus
right?
Christ.
And he got fined $10,000 for saying that, right? And he had to like step down and things like that and shit. Which, I mean, obviously it's not a cool thing to say, but it was obviously just a
It was obviously just a stupid person saying a stupid thing.
yeah, but it was a way like weaponize it, right, to like bring him down basically.
Okay, so wait,
And-
so he was using his platform to try and like discredit them, right?
No, they were using those hate speech laws to discredit him. Like obviously, there's enough stuff to be said about this guy and his movement that is is questionable. But they were trying to like stifle this movement by the laws, And by the way, these hate speech laws, they're not applied to minorities. We have a lot of like Islamist kind of types who like worship Hitler and shit, and it's illegal to like do the Hitler salute, for example, right?
I did it.
They'll do that.
I did it fucking
Yeah, but
three times.
it's illegal to arrest migrants also.
Dude, I'll send you a video. I sent you a video of a
You can't arrest
demonstration.
brown people.
I'll send you a video of a demonstration in Germany with like a lot of Middle Eastern guys demonstrating against Israel, shouting Adolf Hitler, and
Jesus. I see. I love how they're all like, yeah, they support Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
Adolf Hitler didn't fucking like the Arabs. I don't know why he fucking.
He actually kind of did.
He was indifferent to that. He didn't. It wasn't like
allied with them.
He didn't treat them the same as he would have Iranians or he named them honorary Aryans like he did the Japanese.
Yeah, because they're Semitics. Everyone hates the Semitics. The Arabs are Semitic.
Everyone does. Everyone hates the Semitic people.
Literally everyone. So
everyone does.
It's just kind of fucking weird. And no one got fucking to jail for that, or no one got fined for that, And it's obviously like, if a German group would do that, they'd be like gone. Like you would never hear anything about that. But these people can do that under the guise of being like, they're Muslims and they're minority.
I don't think it's
can't be wrong.
I don't think it's because they're trying to like be the whole we're going to try and not be racist. I think it's more of the thing. They kind of realize that they made a really big mistake and they're trying not to fuck it up even more. If, like, let's say, if they started arresting all these migrants, then I think maybe more problems would occur. I don't know how, but I don't exactly know much about what's going on in Europe.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think they should be arrested, but I just mean like it's clearly biased though. Like if a right wing group comes up and he just says like, oh, refugees are cattle or whatever. Whatever. But those people like demonstrating in the street, shouting Adolf Hitler and shouting Toten Juden, death to the Jews.
Jesus Christ.
And no one bats the fucking eyes. It's fucking crazy. I'll send you the video. And
it's fucked up.
Police is standing right next to
all the countries.
Fucked up. Those migrants saying death to the Jews.
Yeah.
They should just be thrown on the ground and have their faces stomped on until they're severely injured, and then deported. Fuck these people.
Bro, I'm Jewish and I wouldn't even wish that upon them. Thanks, bro. Backing me up, bro.
Yo, bro. I'm like all about standing up to bullies, right? These migrants are fucking bullies. Bullies should be beaten hard.
Alright, I got it. I can probably show it to you in the stream. That would be fun. Let's do that.
Who's a political philosophist?
What's that?
He's gone, I think. Oh, he's still there.
Hey, what's up?
I think I've seen him on the group. I don't know who he is, though.
Alright.
Got his microphone off.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's still listening. Alright, you guys see that? Is it lagging?
See what? Oh yeah, I see it. It's kind of lagging.
Okay, maybe it's not the best thing to do then.
No, wait, let's see it.
Um,
Okay, so I see some
Yeah.
Palestinian flags.
yeah. So it's basically this demonstration. And can you read what it says down there, or is it too small?
I can't. It's kind of just blurry.
Yeah.
Anti-Semitic Austrian or something?
Austrian? No, they're German. So all these people are
I
like
thought that's
running
what. No, I was
towards
just trying to read it.
Okay. So what's happening right now on this video is they were having this anti-Israel demonstration because that was during the Gaza war, and now it's turning black. And there was a pro-Israeli demonstration too, and so they were running towards it.
Oh God!
You know,
Did they start like?
and they were like they were like starting like rioting and shit, like throwing stuff around with all their Palestinian flags and whatever. The Jews have offended us. That's what he's saying.
I love how he calls the people who like support Israel Jews. I mean, like there are Jews. There are really
Yeah.
Orthodox Jews
These
who
people-
like hate Israel.
These people, they make no
Oh yeah, the
distinction.
Orthodox. If I'm correct, the Orthodox Jews say that Israel is like against God because God wants them to be nomads forever or something.
There are some. There are some. Then you get like the Nazis who are all like, oh, the Israelites aren't true Jews because the Jews are like nomads and shit like that. I mean, like personally, I'm neither a Zionist nor a like an anti like Israel kind of person. I do recognize at this point you can't get rid of Israel and you shouldn't get rid of Palestine. There should be a two-state solution. I wish there was a one-state solution.
Oh no, I think. Oh, I think we should do a trial. Okay, so there's no arguing that throughout history might makes right. Saying that might doesn't make right is just
but
it's
is it
right.
right?
It doesn't matter if you're dead. It doesn't matter if you're dead if you're correct. So just let them fight it out. Stop getting other people involved. Whoever is the winner will shake their hand and say, "You're welcome. You're the proud new owner of this land."
We both know, but we both know. I think everyone knows. Everyone in the world should know that Israel could fucking wipe Palestine off the map anytime it
They
wanted
should.
to.
It already
They
has.
should. They should just
All
get it
kinds
over
already
with.
have.
They should fucking do it. Fuck Palestine. Fuck their culture. Fuck Islamism. Fuck Sharia law. Israel should win.
Believe it or not, a lot of the Arabs don't even like the Palestinians. They think they're like all fucking like whiny. In fact, during the Gulf War, a lot of Palestinians came to Kuwait and started stealing a lot of stuff. In fact, they came into our house and they stole all of our silverware. Did you not?
You're related to the Jews.
I've been to Jordan. I've been to Jordan, and there's a lot of Palestinian refugees there, and they don't fucking like
it's on
them.
fucking YouTube. Oh shit, man! I need to fucking see this shit. Where the fuck is this?
What do you mean?
Shit, man. I didn't know. Is this actually on YouTube? Because I didn't know this was on YouTube. I thought this was just a fucking Skype call or some shit.
No, dude, we're fucking broadcasting right now.
Oh fuck,
Yeah,
bro!
it's on YouTube.
This is gonna be
Whole 5 people are watching this.
Shit. Fuck.
You've
Probably-
ousted yourself.
Dude, fucking Adolphus Pokemon is just hating our guts. Like,
I want to see what is he saying. What is he saying? I actually want to know now.
he's just like
Let's
saying.
see someone like.
Nazis are stupid. I'm not gonna
Here it
lie.
is, the
Nazis-
link.
If you're a Nazi,
Orthodox Jews hate Israel because they believe the Reform and liberal Jews are degenerate. Let Israel completely liquidate Palestine then? Gay.
Israel is full of gays and lesbians.
Do you guys, to be honest, are Israeli girls hot?
I want to go to Israel. I can
Why
get
is-
citizenship there.
I'm gonna go to Israel for free, bro.
I've been to Israel.
Use the birthright.
I've been to Israel. I've toured the Middle East before.
Apparently Tel Aviv is like New York and like
Tel Aviv is like fucking Miami, man.
Apparently it's like New York and also kind of like Dubai, like mixed together or something like that. Apparently, it gets really fucking nice.
It just reminded me a lot of Miami because it's like the palms and shit, and it's really liberal. Not liberal, but it's like really like a lot of parties. You know, everything is about going to the beach and having fun and things like that. Israel is interesting.
Give me the link to the fucking video. To this fucking YouTube.
I've put it into the chat.
Okie dokie.
So Israel is interesting because it's such a militarized society, right? Men go to military for 3 years and women for 2 years. Everyone has to go. And,
guys, I'm going to the bathroom right now. I'm going to mute myself.
All right. Better. I hope so. And so it was kind of weird. Like you see all these young people in the streets with weapons, and they all carry their weapons with them all the time. So you saw like a bunch of like children, because they seemed like children to me, like 18, 17, smoking weed in a circle and like with their M4 strapped around their back, which was, as a German at that time, super weird to me. Like, we don't have fucking guns, and here's like a bunch of like children with guns smoking weed in the park. That kind of like freaked me out back then.
Did you grow up in Germany?
Yeah, I was grown up in Germany.
Do you get like Pavlov's dog triggered whenever you see Nazi symbols?
I don't get triggered by Nazism. I've learned a lot about Nazism growing up. I was always the history buff, so yeah, I don't know. I don't care about that shit. It's kind of weird because like the swastika is banned in Germany, so like even like in like
so basically everything
like
that I
Call
did
of
in Germany
Duty.
was illegal. Every single thing I did in man, I fucking
Did you sing the first and second anthem of the German?
You know that? Yeah. I was like Deutschland, Deutschland. I mean,
That's illegal in Germany.
And you know the whole.
What?
Yeah.
I think. Wait, doesn't it say? You know the whole arena, right? You know the whole arena that they still have like right next to the Holocaust Memorial thing.
Like in Berlin?
Yeah, I think it's in Berlin. No. I think it's
the arena, like the Nuremberg arena, like in where they had like the huge gatherings with like Goebbels and shit.
It's the huge arena.
Is it in Nuremberg? I don't know.
I think it's in Nuremberg. Yeah.
Yeah, it had like huge.
Oh yeah, this is in the chat.
It's in Nuremberg, yeah. Man, I was like fucking like putting up the Nazi salute. Like, there was just like these random Germans walking by, and I was all like, just like.
That's fucking illegal, man. You should get in jail for that. Yeah. You can't sing the first two stanzas of the German anthem because that's basically the ones from the Nazi Reich. It's kind of weird.
Guys, I think my computer is literally broken. I turned off Witcher, and the music is still playing.
You broke the internet. You found a glitch in the Matrix.
Fuck.
Have you guys seen the chat? I've been making contributions to the chat.
You've been quite.
I just loaded it up now. I haven't seen it yet. Adolphus is giving us an extra thing in the Middle East, though.
It's so funny, like
it's all the Jews.
It's always the Jews, guys. It's always the Jews.
It's the Jews.
That's Juden.
Der Jude.
It stops being a joke when it literally is them. Sometimes, like sometimes when it is that.
Right.
What?
I just quoted Hitler from The Downfall.
Oh man, The Downfall was a great movie.
Das war ein Befehl! Der Angriff Steiners war ein Befehl!
Oh, that was good, man. That was good. To be honest, I think Nazis don't give Hitler credit enough.
What?
No, because they always make him out to be like this really really nice guy, and I think honestly they just don't understand like what kind of man Hitler was, and they always like simplify him to the point. Whereas I think people who paint Hitler as like just like a completely bad person and a person who's only like who did nothing wrong are just stupid and don't understand like who Hitler was in general.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he wasn't pure evil.
He wasn't. I think it's the fact that he did evil based upon good intentions that makes it so much worse.
Yeah. The
Everybody do?
road to hell is paved with good intentions, right?
Exactly.
Name one person who did something like massive like that, who genuinely thought what they're doing is an act. You won't find it. Everyone thinks that what they're doing is justified.
I know, but it just makes it so much worse. I mean, like I think you get like Stalin, and I think personally to me, Stalin is different from Hitler in the sense that he was just a paranoid megalomaniac, and he would have just.
Yeah, I think Stalin is a psychopath. Like
Yeah,
he's definitely a psychopath.
I think he
Hitler
knew what he
had
was.
some problems too, man. Come on.
I think Hitler had some problems later on in life.
No,
I think
in comparison,
in comparison, I think Stalin knew what he was
wasn't
doing.
like a sociopath.
I think Stalin knew what he was doing was wrong.
Yeah.
It's just that he didn't care. I mean, like when the Germans caught his son, and they said like, give us these things or else we will kill your son, and he sent back a letter saying, "What son?"
Yeah.
I mean, like that's fucked up.
I think what made Hitler more dangerous in a way, Stalin was a pragmatist, right? He wasn't really he was a communist, obviously. He didn't really care much about communist theory in any way.
He was a dictator. He just wanted power.
Yeah, and Hitler was a pure ideologue, right? So he was like, I don't fucking care about anything. I just want to get this.
Time to trigger some SJWs.
SJWs.
Oh my god, I think I probably triggered Adolphus to it.
SJWs. They've just posted a video saying, we asked some trans people and gay people what they thought of the Orlando shooting, and they're basically saying the standard SJW should have like, oh no, hate speech against people of color are being erased, oh no! And so I'm just triggering the fuck out of them with my fuck Islam rainbow flag profile pic.
I said
I think it's great. I think if there's anything good coming out of this, and this is always horrendous to say something like that, it's at least gonna cause this cognitive dissonance that we need. To say, Islam are out to get, or Islam is extremist, or Islamic ideology is out to get LGBT people. It's not, there's nothing that
for Islam is for Islam.
Basically, the more they defend Islam while attacking white men who have done nothing fucking wrong, the dumber they look. And the dumber SJWs look, the sooner we can get back to the real business of helping the poor and the disadvantaged and not listening to fucking blue-haired fucking idiots.
But you can't say that. It's offensive.
Or is it hate speech?
It's
hate speech. So with your hate speech.
Das ist Hasssprache. Volksverhetzung.
Oi, I don't speak Berliner.
But that's highly offensive because look, I'm from Swabia, Schwabenland.
Where the fuck is that?
It's like in South Germany, and Berlin people hate our guts. Like,
What's that? What's that area of Germany where everyone has sex with animals?
Germany?
There's like one part of Germany.
It's the Saarland. It's like West Germany.
No, everyone knows there's like like horse brothels everywhere.
They have sex with their sisters and brothers, and they have sex with animals. That's what they do. It's an ancient German tradition.
Ancient German tradition. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm off real quick, getting a bit lighter by the weight.
Oh wait, my friend once said something about this. One time my German friend just off to drop Obama off at the White House.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, see you in a sec.
What? Wait, say that again, Kester. You like lagged out on your voice.
He said my German friend, he went to take a shit, and he said, "I'm just off to drop Obama off at the Oval Office." He said one time, he said, "I'm off to drop Obama off at the White House," and the next time he said, "I'm off to drop Obama off at the Oval Office."
That's funny. Okay, I'm gonna fucking switch to my computer since this is laggy as shit.
Seriously, I love triggering SJWs with my rainbow flag fuck Islam photo. That is my favorite photo I've ever made.
What kind of
I
stuff
made
is this
a
Most of the time, SJWs won't even like argue against me, mostly because they're like scared of me. I mean, like I argued with this feminist Muslim. I'm like, black people are not oppressed in America, and they're all like, "That's so messed up." And I'm like, "How? Can you please give me some sort of like support or justification for why you think that?" She's like, "Just Google it." I was like, "What the fuck?"
yourself.
Time for the triggering. Oh yeah.
The triggering was
Boy.
amazing.
What should I say in the triggering? Fuck Islam and fuck your POC feelings. Yes! Yes,
Jesus.
okay. This is really going to trigger them. Not only are we fucking Islam, but the whole thrust of the video is, we're people of color, so our opinion matters more. No, it doesn't,
Westboro
bitch.
Baptist Church, guys, Westboro Baptist Church celebrates Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando. God sent the shooter. Jesus fucking Christ! You know why is it that like human beings are?
You know what I...
Because you guys
You know
won't
what
do eugenics. I keep saying eugenics, but no one wants to do it.
Because
You
it's
know
too
what I
much
always
work.
Yeah, fuck
When
you,
I think
Jenny.
of the Westboro Baptist Church, when I think about the Westboro Baptist Church, is I'm like, don't you guys have guns over there? Fuck these people. You guys have guns over there. Sort the Westboro Baptist Church out.
There's
Are you
actually
gonna kill the Westboro Baptist Church?
The left always focuses on how Christians are reacting, or whenever like something like this happens, a Muslim goes out and shoots a bunch of people. The focus is always on, yeah, but look at these Christian extremists or whatever. Look, they picket and they hold signs and stuff.
Yeah.
Terrible.
That's why I made the challenge once in the group, and I said, try to talk to me about Islam without mentioning Christianity. They can't fucking do it. It's always like,
No.
But Christianity does that too.
I can do it. I haven't
The
been
Crusade.
The Crusades, my Crusades.
The only time I've mentioned Christianity today is to say, if you bring up Christianity when I'm insulting Islam, you're a fucking idiot. That's the only time I've mentioned Christianity today. Like, but Christianity says some stuff as well. Yeah, it does. And I said this. I said, name one Christian country. Name one Christian country where it's illegal to be gay outside of Africa. And they fucking couldn't do it. Oh, they got wrecked.
Uganda.
Russia.
Uganda.
I mean,
Yeah, but Uganda.
Uganda's Christian? What?
Uganda's Christian, yeah. Dude, there's like, this is the main.
Isn't it just
like
a warlord country?
No,
it's
pretty fine right now. There's like a lot
it's
of.
run by the guy who said eat the poo poo. It's run by the guy who did the video.
Yeah. This guy.
Is that him?
Yeah, he's from.
Is that actually him?
Eat that poo poo.
He's from Uganda.
It's so weird.
I actually I actually have a friend from Nigeria. I should get him in one of my YouTube videos just so I can say that SJWs. I can be like, fuck you, SJWs. My black friend is blacker than your black friend. I win.
Do you guys have to work tomorrow or something?
Nah, I'm free the entire time. To be honest, it's fucking what time is it? Fucking 2:19. I was planning to go to sleep on maybe watch some anime, but you guys, Kester woke me up. And I was like, fuck, I gotta do this.
Rightfully so.
I know, right? Fuck anime, bro.
Yeah, it's already 5 a.m. I've been in like multiple podcasts today from just all the people reacting.
Dude, you had a fucking podcast day.
It's only 9 o'clock here. I've still got like 4 hours of being awake before I have to go to sleep. I got work tomorrow.
I got work too.
I'm one of those.
Well, you in like
during dinner?
You in
I'm one of those dickheads
Reddit or
during dinner.
something?
Like, hey, want to change power company?
What did you say, Yusuf?
Oh yeah, you're a dirty call center guy. But no, I was asking Kester if he's from where in Europe or something.
Nah, he's fucking New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand.
Those fucking...
No,
everyone forgets they even exist.
Yeah, to be honest, that is true. No,
Yeah, that is kind of what happens. I've even seen maps that don't have New Zealand on them. Feels bad, man.
Hey, Piston.
Do they even have like problems?
Isn't it super late where you at, Piston Tristan?
Nah, it's pretty early. It's what New Zealand is like. Actually, it's interesting. New Zealand is actually a lot more libertarian than America. Like, we have legal gambling, we have legal prostitution. You are allowed to make your own alcohol here. Like, a lot of the shit that's in America is illegal. Over here, it's, like, totally fine. And also, we don't have any stupid-ass hate speech laws. If I walk down the street and say, fuck Islam, Islam sucks, Islam's shit, the only thing that's going to happen is someone else will be like, oh, what a sad cunt, stop insulting their religion.
What? Hunter is 2 times in here, that's weird.
No, I'm changing it.
Dude, what the fuck?
Now I gotta put it on.
Dude, stop it.
What
I'm
the
just
fuck?
gonna mute you. I muted you. That was horrible. Holy shit.
In your group chats.
Dude, if that defines libertarianism, it's legal in Germany to brew your fucking own alcohol, and prostitution is legal, and all these things. But we have other stuff, I guess. Hunter, which one should I unmute?
In Germany, you have no free speech, so that's a big thing.
Well, that's a bad thing, definitely. It's just, to a lot of people, it doesn't really matter at all. We have a lot of apathy too, that people just don't care about politics. So it just seems to them as it doesn't matter. Like, I don't want to talk about stuff anyway. So I think there is somewhat a movement going on because of the way that the government is censoring refugee-critical comments and stuff. It's really low, though. It's not comparable to the U.S. at all. Like, most people are probably going to be like, well, yeah, obviously they have to be banned, and I don't care. It's just a very different approach to the concept of freedom of speech. And I don't know if you tuned into the live stream, but, I mean, that's everywhere in Europe. Like, all of Europe has those hate speech laws. Like, this is not just a German thing. It's just, oh, it's a cute cat.
Yeah, Europe is completely living under a 1984 rule. They don't have any freedom of speech in Europe.
Yeah, like, a lot of that stuff is banned and shit. Like, even I think in Iceland, it's even like just illegal to offend. Like it says in the Constitution, it's illegal to offend someone.
Iceland is fucked. Iceland's banned prostitution, stripping, porn, and offending people. We should fucking nuke Iceland. I fucking hate Iceland. We should at least slaughter everyone in Iceland's parliament just to send a message. Yeah, fucking slaughter Iceland. Nuke Iceland. Fuck Iceland.
Did Tristan just leave, by the way? I think so. He's gone.
Yeah, Tristan left.
Tristan is not gonna be Tristan anymore.
Yeah, I think he got triggered by my anarcho-fascism too much.
Dude, I got triggered by that too.
He doesn't seem like the type to get triggered, though. He wasn't offended by what I was saying in the debate, and I said some pretty offensive things, you know.
I mean, I was fucking offended by it.
You got. I don't know. I said debate actually. I was doing other stuff. You gotta post pictures of like Karl Marx out his ass or something, and that'll trigger him.
Yeah, but this was cool. I mean, I think we should just do some hangouts in the future too. Just like, where's Hunter again? He's just like leaving and shit. There's again.
Oh, fuck this.
I think it'd be cool to just do hangouts in general.
We should, to be honest.
People in here. And yeah, well, look how the second debate's gonna be. It's probably gonna be about cultural diversity.
Okay, what I've just posted.
Is eugenics a good thing?
SJWs. I just went on an SJW page talking about people of color's feelings about the Orlando massacre, and I was just like posted my rainbow flag fuck Islam picture, and I was like, yeah, I'm proud of being a man. I don't give a fuck about your POC feelings. Fuck Islam. Fuck feminism. They're gonna be so triggered.
You're such a fucking white male, man.
I'm a fucking
white male.
I was just accused of liking penis.
Do you though?
What?
You do.
Remember that transgender post I made? I mean, you talk about it too. And someone said it's just fetishism. You can't get a good enough looking real woman, or because you actually like penis.
Fabio likes it when he's doing a girl and she has a Y chromosome.
No.
Fabio goes up to lesbian girls and goes, pretend I'm a girl, pretend I'm a girl. That's what Fabio does. He finds a lesbian girl with short hair, a masculine, one of the ugly dykey ones, and he's like, just pretend I'm a girl, pretend I'm a girl.
The fuck? Stop having your sexual fantasies with me. That'd be everyone has like the fantasies with me. Trisha had this one fantasy like where I got killed on a fucking boat.
Oh yeah, the pirate ship.
Yeah, the pirate ship. You know, everyone just uses me as a pawn.
You have a really like a gay boy sort of sounding voice, and
Gay boys.
maybe it's the German accent. English? Maybe? I don't know.
It's the German accent that makes
you have a bottom bitch voice.
Okay. Well, thank you.
I don't think Fabio has a bottom bitch voice.
Yeah, don't say that about me.
Although, if he was a bottom bitch, you could say that the gays are making a Fabio Kebabio.
You don't say that, man. I actually like kebabs, so.
I bet you like kebabs.
Dude, I like fucking
Your
kebabs.
favorite kind of kebab is the Fabio Kebabio. So to be fair, if you were having sex with a girl, she would be on you, so that could technically still be a kebab, right? So you could be like the stick in the kebab, so it still works.
Okay. This is getting
Okay, here's the question. How
Yes.
much would Uliana have to pay you to make an Uliana Fabio Cavavio?
I don't know how. I don't even
Is
know how.
Uliana even real?
Who is that
she has
person
to be-
really? Who is that person? Who is that person really?
Is she even
She's
a woman?
easily the worst person in the group. Worst person in the group
No,
is
but
Uliana.
like I don't. Is that even a real woman or something? Is
I
that
think
just
she's
a
a
troll
troll
account?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a real person.
I mean, it's not an AI, probably. It's probably a person, but what kind of person? Who knows that?
It has to be a troll account, though. I doubt that it's a real person saying
Yeah.
just batshit crazy.
I think right now she's probably the worst. Yeah.
Man, I miss Claw. I miss Claw. I miss all the funny stuff. To be honest, we took it for granted.
We took it for granted.
We took it for
We
granted,
didn't
guys.
appreciate it.
Kayla's still here. Kayla's still here.
But Trisha,
She
you
replied
have
to my thread yesterday where I said that someone who wants to have sex with a Kayla is called a Kayla Impaler.
But like,
Trisha, you had a story with Kayla, right? I mean, you were like fighting each other over like men's rights or something.
Who? Me and Claude.
Yeah, like Kayla, like the girl with the. She
The
said,
slab.
yeah, the slab. She
We had
said
a bit of a
it's okay to
scuffle,
use
yeah, about men's rights and some time ago, and I just ended up walking her. And it was a lot better for me after that, I found. But I don't know. They say they're not feminists, but I think
I'm
it's
still
they
waiting
are.
for that tracksuit pic from her.
a what pic? A nude pic?
Wait, what's this nude pic? I haven't seen a nude
Oh,
pic.
yeah. Okay, no, I saw the picture she posted of her ass. Supposedly, those two girls are part of some body image group that they got linked to the sociology group somehow, but yeah, they're in like it's one of those hidden groups, and it's supposed to be you post like pictures of yourself and people like talk good about you to raise your self-esteem or something. I don't know. It's something like that.
Okay.
That sounds
So
like a fun
someone
group
managed to get an
part,
invitation.
to be honest. That would be a fun group to troll.
So someone managed to get an invitation. And like just saved all of her pics and then posted them in politics and sociology, and she like had a like aneurysm from being.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with people posting kind of pictures of people that, I mean, even if they are whatever. You know, if they didn't agree to share the pictures, then people could just, you know, play the ball and not the man. Kind of thing. My thoughts.
Kind of like hard to get what you're saying. It's like moving up and down. Yeah, that's the thing.
I was saying
What
I
was
don't.
the last thing you said?
Sorry.
What was the last thing you said?
I'm just saying I think people should play the ball and not the man instead of going after people's personal shit.
That's always what annoyed me in the group when people like post pictures of you. You know, I always posted with my real name until now. You know, just people like post a picture of you and be like, "Ha ha, that's you. You're a cog." Lol.
Oh, I would do that with communists because they always have like this sort of like genetic failure looking face.
Dude, I saw the most stereotypical white supremacist. You know, I didn't post this picture, but I was so close to doing it because it was like a fat guy, like short hair, like super like, you know, it looked like a man-child, and behind him were a southern, flag of the South and a flag of like a huge cross. This guy looked like the most pathetic person ever, but I resisted the urge to like post a picture of him because I don't know. I just don't do that shit.
Yeah.
To be
Yeah, me
honest,
neither. I think
There,
don't think
there
you
were
sh-
two
I don't think
guys
people-
that like.
No, you continue.
As I was going on their profile pic and just zooming in on their face and then reposting that underneath their comment and being like, "I am commie, hear me roar."
Yeah, I saw you having fights with Sarah, Lynn Harway. You know,
I don't
you know
think
who she is?
I don't think people should care if like a person like searches them up and like starts posting pictures on the group. I think the best way to like kind of like throw it back in their
Especially
face is
if
like, yeah,
it's your
that wouldn't-
profile picture.
yeah, it's
Well,
like,
that's a little
that-
different.
like,
I
it's
mean,
like look at this
that
dude,
kid-
look how funny
that
he looks.
faggot Ben Hathorn reported me. You know that faggot Ben Hathorn? He reported me because he was mad about me saying that ISIS should be burnt alive on a bonfire of Qurans and should be lit by a woman so they die thinking they'll go to hell, and then their charred corpses should be piled into a picture of Muhammad. Something about that offended him, so he reported me.
It's kind
I
of
don't even really mean like people's profile pictures. I mean, on the group, I don't know, about a week or so ago, I'm not going to say who it is, but somebody must have sent this other person in the group a picture of themselves, which was, yeah, they were half naked or whatever, and then this person went and posted it on Politics and Sociology, and, you know, clearly with the intent of,
Was this the infamous
whatever.
dick pic?
Sorry?
It wasn't a dick pic?
No, it was a girl. It was a girl on the group.
Was this
I just thought it was really tasteless, and you know, it's a private picture of a girl, and it shouldn't be, you know, posted on a group for the sake of winning an argument.
Yeah,
Really-
people
that's
who,
shitty. They
yeah,
shouldn't have
people
done
who,
that.
Yeah, people who
Like, regardless
go out
of
of their
who it is.
way. Yeah, people who go out of their way and like attempt to like take something private out of another person's life and use it as justification for like saying that, oh, look at this, you have a funny picture, or that means I'm right. They're scum, and they honestly we shouldn't
They're
think
cancer.
about conversing with them.
You guys remember?
Someone did that. Someone did that with one of my tree pictures. I posted some thing about getting a makeout with a girl straight away, and then they're like, "Oh, I doubt it," and posted this picture of me in the tree, and I'm like, "What, mate? I have the balls to approach hot girls. I have the balls to climb big ass trees. How are these
Exactly.
contradictory?" That was, and then that other faggot
Oh, I saw
came in and was like, from an anonymous profile, he was saying, "Oh, climbing trees is for little kids. You're a fucking pussy." And I'm like, wow, you're the one like cussed up an anonymous profile on Facebook with no picture and no name. It doesn't get much more cowardly than that. Like,
That's true. I don't understand why people have anonymous profiles and then they pretend that their, you know, their opinions are so strong and whatever. Well, I mean, if your opinions are right, why don't you show your face? And if you're whatever.
Mainly
Anyway,
because
I don't
to
understand.
avoid persecution. I mean, like, if I'm like,
Persecution.
I wanted the group to be closed in the first place, mainly just because I've said I'm Jewish on the group, kind of like to prove a point that, like, you know, that I understand certain things. But if that got out while I was in Kuwait, I'd probably have been like ostracized and most likely deported. I mean, like, it's not like the entire community there is anti-Semitic, but there are, like, my uncle is extremely anti-Semitic. I mean, like, he doesn't.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck, Yusuf? Seriously though, I don't get why
Has me-
Muslims get a free pass for being anti-Semitic. If anyone else is anti-Semitic, they're rightly called out for it. But when Muslims are anti-Semitic, it's like, oh, well, it's just their opinion, bro.
No, fuck people who are anti-Semitic. I fucking
No,
hate them.
the-
I think he's fucking schizophrenic.
Yeah, anti-Semites.
Like,
The reason for it is because they're
Implying
considered
anti-Semitic
oppressed in.
Yeah. That's right. Yusuf is right. They're considered oppressed in Palestine. Oppressed, but you know.
Yeah, if you watch the Young Turks actually like accidentally let this go of like the way they think. They asked a question of their like interview thing. Someone asked what they thought of like a Palestinian man beating his wife. What's that? And they were like, well, you have to. They said this is like you have to rank it. Okay, so they're like, well, the Jewish person is above the Palestinian in terms of privilege, and then a Palestinian man, and then you have a Palestinian woman. So if a Palestinian woman is talking to a Jewish person, she's being oppressed by him. But if a Palestinian man is talking to a Jewish person, he's being oppressed. But if a Palestinian woman is talking to a Palestinian man, he's being so it's like oppression scale. So everyone is being oppressed by the people above.
This is basically the oppression Olympics.
Oh my god.
Where do I go on the oppression scale? I'm trans Asian.
But you're a fucking white male.
I'm trans Asian. I identify as Asian.
People have actually like published like serious social justice warriors have published like lists for you to actually check what your privilege number is. Yeah. It's really funny.
I've tried it a couple times. One time I was like, one time I got like I'm okay, and then another time I got like I am oppressed and I should like rally against the white man, and then I'm like, cool dude, yeah.
Honestly, we should all rally against the white man.
To be honest, you're a fucking white male, so.
Honestly,
are you kidding
your
me?
Opinions? Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
No, wait. Let me try to get. Wait. He's gonna have his hair like.
Yeah.
And like massively receding. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
He's literally.
Are you kidding me?
Are you seriously asking me to justify my opinion?
This guy is so great. I wish I could see him.
You're a fucking white man.
You can totally justify. You can totally justify Donald Trump being like Hitler. It's not like they don't exactly they just say he's Hitler and they don't know why.
Well, they all like kind of like just a big cabal of people just being like, oh, this guy's bad and Hitler was bad too, so
yeah,
it makes perfect sense.
I mean, like the similarities are there, at least from what I see.
I wouldn't necessarily compare him.
He's a populist nationalist.
Yeah, but that's where it ends. He's not a militaristic kind of person.
No, he's not militaristic. But in the sense that he's playing on people's fear of a minority group and blaming most of the country's problems on that minority group.
And maybe the way he like plays the people, you know. Like
I'm not saying that he is Hitler or like he is a lot like Hitler, but there are senses of him sharing a lot of characteristics that are like Hitler, him being nationalist, him blaming a certain minority group on a country's problems, all that kind of stuff. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's like, oh no, we shouldn't vote for him because he's like Hitler, but there are similarities.
I don't feel like he's like, honestly, like personally, I don't feel like he's overly nationalistic for America. Like, I feel like that's kind of like common, very common in the U.S. to appeal.
Oh yeah, nationalism is extremely common in the U.S. You're gonna get a bunch of those people going like, "My country, we need to make America great."
Yeah, I mean, but that kind of shit, you saw it with all the other Republican candidates too, right? I mean, that's just a thing.
I know, but you also have to notice is that they don't say it as outright as Donald Trump, mainly just because when you're running for president, everyone is watching, everyone in the world. And so I don't care what you might really believe in. The fact that Donald Trump is saying all this stupid shit shows that like foreign policy is going to be a nightmare. So, no. Yeah.
Oh my god, John Oliver's a cuck. My sister said I'd like him because he has funny political comedy in that, but he just said, think of all the good things that Islam has given us in the wake of the Orlando massacre. Bro, Islam is can't. Islam is can't. Fuck Islam.
Basically,
it's a religion of piss.
Feminism and Islam have just resorted to damage control. That's all it is now. Yeah. Anything that it's not. Please don't be Muslim. Please don't be Muslim. Like you gotta. There needs to be the Muslim community doesn't recognize that there are bad people in its community, and that Islam does sometimes advocate for violence, and then they should notice that. While feminism doesn't recognize that there are radicals in the movement, and that these radicals are now at the forefront and are leading the movement, and
It's
are
always
now
been shit. Feminism has always been shit. It's the original. No, even the original suffragettes were fucking insane. If you actually read like the things they also want, like they got the right for that. They also wanted a ton of other stuff. They're fucking insane.
What do they also want?
Oh shit. Let me go.
Oh, you can't back up your claim. I mean, it might be, you know, but obviously, I personally believe that there's still women's issues in the West too.
No, there are definitely women's issues in the West, but it's not as extreme to the point where like they got to be like fucking not wearing tampons and bleeding out of their pants to show like their solidarity with the movement. Yada yada yada. They're not being oppressed to the point where you need to fucking create a oppression scale.
Yeah, I don't think there is oppression going on.
Yeah.
There isn't. Oppression isn't a good word to use. Oppression isn't a good word to use. I'd say
might be
it's
disadvantages.
Yeah, disadvantaged. Disadvantaged is a good word.
That might be. But this is something like an open society as we have. You know, we can talk about this shit and we can try to like better it in some ways, right?
Yeah.
But just say like, oh, women are oppressed class and they all are somehow kept down by the system, and this is just.
Yeah, it's not systematic.
It's Marxist feminism, which
it's gender Marxism. I told you, feminism is gender
Marxism. I actually
look, I think that you can be a feminist without being a Marxist, because
no.
Let's see.
It relies on the fact that you think that women are a class, and that's Marxism.
It's the feminist theory, you know, out of that where that shit comes from. But a lot of women, or men too, I guess, they call themselves feminists, but without really knowing what the whole theory is about. You know, I know a lot of them like that. You know, they say they say feminism is about equality, so I guess I'm a feminist, right? But these people are not ideologues, right? They're not thinking about the patriarchy or rape culture, right? It's just that they think they're feminists because they're for equality, which basically
like coffee shop feminists.
It's actually a good point. Most feminists don't know how. Well, I mean, maybe not most, but a
maybe
large
not most,
number.
but they are.
They're just tricked into thinking that it's about gender equality, and they don't know the horrible and bigoted and disgusting things that feminists are saying about men and about sex and stuff. They just think, well, I believe in equality, so if you don't... the dictionary definition of feminism is men and women are equal, and I believe in that. And if you don't believe in that, you're sexist, without realizing that feminism's actually a female supremacist hate group.
It's become something on that, and I find it kind of sad that it has. I mean, like, during the start of it, I was kind of a feminist, mainly just because I was in the Middle East, and, you know, feminism there...
I think it makes total sense to be a feminist in the Middle East, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, there are SJWs in the Middle East, and they do advocate for the same things that they do in America. Yeah. But, like, again... the feminism in itself isn't bad. Wanting equality and trying to change these society's expectations of women and trying to change gender roles, that's a good thing. That's a cause I can sympathize with. But feminism has been hijacked by these cultural Marxists and these really radical people who want complete and utter equality, and if you don't want everyone, basically, you have to recognize that I am less fortunate than you, and that is why that you need to pay more respect to me than you do to yourself or other people that are like you, is basically what it is.
And they don't even talk about women anymore. Like, they talk about mansplaining and all this kind of like weird concepts and trying to push it on people, like toxic masculinity and all these things. which completely ignore the male side to this, right? They
Yeah,
see
like,
everything
saying
from
that
like a women's perspective, or which is valid, I guess. You can have this kind of like feminist lens, but they think this is all there is, right? There's only toxic
is
masculinity. There's nothing
mansplaining
to be
even a
wrong
thing?
about. Yeah.
Yeah, is mansplaining even a thing? Like, does that even happen? Because I haven't witnessed it
I
ever
think it
happen.
I
happens.
actually
I mean,
think it's possible because I definitely get woman-splained, right? I have like before I learned pickup, I couldn't get girls at all, right? Because I was just a little bit socially inept. And women generally get laid effortlessly, so they have no ability. Well, I'm not saying all of them, but most of them have no ability to empathize with that situation. And it's like, bro, it's easy. Just treat women with respect. Just be yourself. And I feel like, well, you don't really have the life experience. You don't have the experiences necessary to understand this predicament. But I wouldn't call it woman-splaining because not all women do that. I'm sure Trisha's never done that before.
it's a really fucking sexist term.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember when Hillary said you're goy-splaining when she said something about Sanders being Jewish? People said she was goy-splaining.
Who said that?
That's fucking hilarious.
Elise said that, or someone said about
It was
her?
some media out. Hillary said something like Sanders doesn't support Israel enough. He's not a good Jew,
Yeah.
and because of that, people said Hillary was goy-splaining.
That's fucking weird. I've never heard the word goy being used by anyone but the alt-right or
me neither,
yeah,
bro.
like, I don't think the Jews actually say
Man, I didn't even know there was something called the Talmud. I didn't even know there. I thought it was just the Tanakh and the Torah. I didn't fucking know, bro.
What? The what?
The Talmud. It's like this other book. I didn't even know it existed.
It's this other book.
Oh yeah.
This other book that doesn't make any fucking sense and was written thousands of years ago. You probably ever heard about it.
Guys, check the chat. Check the chat. I just wrecked Aaron Ra. Aaron Ra. I hate that guy. I'm gonna fucking do a video response to him.
Is that on the YouTube one? Is it on the YouTube one?
It's just on the chat, in the chat in here. Someone mentioned Aaron Ra in his dictionary.
Why are you bashing Aaron Ra?
Oh yeah, that's on the YouTube one.
Wait, who's this origin linear person?
How do you go to
I don't
the
know.
YouTube?
But look at my response. Look at what I said about Aaron Ra. It's all 100% accurate.
I'll send you the link, Trisha. It's in the
Oh, cool. Thank you.
chat now.
Send me the link as well, please. Send me the link as well.
It's in a chat. I don't know if you can see it.
Not for me, because I'm using the phone and it doesn't have the chat on it.
Well, I can't go into Facebook unfortunately because my laptop dies.
Let me see if I can find it on the chat. Let me see.
I don't see any comments. I just see people watching.
Oh no! Wait, no, I see it. Yeah. You can send on the chat.
Wait. So in the Google Hangout window, there's a chat, right? You can see that.
No, it's on the YouTube Hangout link. Wait, let me link it. I'll link it in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the.
Oh, it's all.
Origin linear. Are you like from the FBI or something? Like,
look at my comment about Aaron Ra. That's my favorite comment I've made all day.
Aaron Ra.
Bro, it's pretty fucking rad to be honest. Guys, can I ask you a question? I'm gonna ask you. I feel as though this whole SJW shit, it's just giving like people like free chances to say racist shit, and they're going all like, stop attacking my free speech. Stop attacking my free speech when like they're actually being dicks about it.
I think that SJWs are racist and sexist, and they use, oh, it's about power plus privilege. I can't be racist, I'm black, or I can't be sexist, I'm a woman,
Listen,
or I can't be...
I'm trans nigger. Yeah. Okay.
They're using that to be racist and sexist, so to level the playing field, right? To level the playing field, we just have to be like, hey, screw calling people racist as an insult, screw calling people sexist, You have to actually back up your ideas with evidence. And then their shitty sexist ideas get refuted every time. They get 1 million thumbs down on YouTube. They go have a mope and a wank.
Experience. I
go
can't
have a
deny
mope.
my experience.
Yeah, I'll deny SJW
Wait,
experience day. They'll be like, I woke up this morning and I had coffee. And
Is
I'll be like,
Aaron
no, you
Ra
didn't. Back it.
Is Aaron Ra that was he one of the people on the Atheist Experience?
He's okay.
Is that who he is?
Okay, imagine if a mop and a fat.
No, I know what he looks like.
And they had an offspring, and that offspring was feminist. You've just imagined Aaron Ra. He's like I don't know. He's a fat feminist mop head who just goes, well, and he looks all smug in this talk, and he's like. He's talking about how a lot of people are complaining about how feminism is invading atheism, because it is. And he's like, well, if you look at the dictionary definition of feminism, it says feminism is about the economic, social, and political equality of the sexes. If you are
I
not
remember that guy. I know who you're talking about now. The one with the long hair, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're against that, then if you're against feminism, then you are against the equality of the sexes, so therefore you are a sexist by definition. And I'm right again. And he's like, he says it as if he's like a scientist.
Oh shit, that's him. I remember him.
You can read the dictionary, bro. You can fucking read the
It's so funny how they're interested.
No, I remember who.
For when it comes to feminism, but when they're talking about racism or something, then they can TV it. However, they want to. Anyway.
No,
the dictionary isn't very reliable for them, because like they're just like, oh, feminism, but oh no, racism. I hate you, dictionary. We're breaking up.
Yeah, it's power plus privilege and so on. But
I think people who say that
not an argument.
like minorities can't be racist, they're just trying to exempt like the responsibility from themselves. Like, oh, so now we can say crackers. We'll be prejudiced, but we're not racist. Like, being prejudiced isn't the same as being racist. It's like prejudice is something bad, but it's not as bad as being called racist. And so I think
we're all
just
prejudiced. We'll all have prejudices about everyone and everything. That's just how we are.
No,
I thought racism was just prejudice.
We had this conversation in the.
Yeah.
No, racism is a combination of two things. So you have no. You have a natural inborn want to favor your in-group, plus your learned experiences, prejudice. So those two things together is what racism is. So that everyone is racist. So then you have people realizing this, and they're like, "Oh, I have to be anti-racist. So I'll only vote for non-white people in elections, and I'll always whip myself for being white, and I'll always let other people talk over me and things like that." You have those crazy people.
Or
yeah.
You just treat every fucking human as a fucking individual.
I agree, but honestly I don't even think racism is a problem, because racism it's the thoughts in our head, the same as sexism and whatever else. I don't really care about what people think internally. The problem is when it actually manifests itself in the real world. So you get denied basic human rights because of your skin color or because of your gender or something of that effect. So I really think they overblow this whole racism and sexism thing, trying to regulate what people think. It's never going to happen. People are always going to have biases against other people, and I don't know.
No, it's true. But I guess what SJW would say then is like, oh, we need those diversity courses, and we need to have this awareness kind of stuff, and we need to like call each other out all the time on like if a white person speaks, then like they would cite some statistics. I think the white person like talks more in a conversation and things like that, and so that's why white people need to be more silent and things. So right, so that's what they're arguing for. Like, oh, we have all these biases, so we need to like atone for that and be humble, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
And really, they're the ones.
having fun with someone. I feel like you guys are like tired and shit.
Wait! Look at
We're
the
all
chat. Look
fucking
at the
tired,
chat. Look at the chat. Okay, I just made the most epic. Look at the chat.
Read it. Read it.
Who's commenting in there that's being an autist?
I'm Mixolydian. I'm the Mixolydian one. Read the Mixolydian one.
You're so Mixolydian, man. Dude, why is
Read it out.
You're smashing Aaron Ra, man.
Dude, read it out. I want to see it, bro. I want to fucking see the
It's not
shit.
showing up.
He says Aaron Ra is what happens when a woman thinks she's gonna queef and accidentally gives birth.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna blend in my profile picture because it's fitting.
It's like okay. Sometimes people think they're gonna fart, but they accidentally take a shit. So Aaron Ra is what happens when a woman thinks she's gonna queef and accidentally gives birth.
You're a horrible human being. Ever anyone say
It's my goal in life for Aaron Ra to see that and to know that I said it.
I guess so. I think I'm slowly gonna drift up into nothingness.
Drift up to nothingness.
Yeah,
Actually,
as we do in Germany.
do you know Matt Dillahunty, Hester?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Fat cunty. Yes, I know Fat Dillacunty.
I used to be friends with him on Facebook, and he blocked me when I said, "Dude, I'm worried that you've joined a cult." And he's like, "Fuck you, feminism is the light," and he blocked me.
Feminism is the. You know, people usually like.
But he gave me this long thing, which was literally like, "Feminism is the light." It was like you could have taken it out of Islamic scripture of the speech he gave me.
Man, you know, when people say that like feminism is like a cult of like radicals, I usually don't believe them. But this kind of shit like makes me rethink my entire position on life. Fuck.
Well, I think it's not a cult.
No,
all
yeah,
of them,
it's
but
a
some of
complete
them
fucking
it
cult.
is.
It's not a cult, it's just a bunch of fuckwits.
So that goal is a bunch of fuckwits. That's a good description.
It's what happens when fuckwits get in formation. It's kind of like the way geese fly in formation. They fly in that V shape, and they sort of like ride off each other's draft.
Yeah.
Feminism is like when a bunch of fuckwits get in formation, and their fucktardation feeds on each other.
Like, look, everyone else is doing it. We should do it also. Why? What?
True.
It's just become like, since feminism is like seen as the good thing, people feel like they have to be one.
Yeah, that's gonna change.
But that's getting lower and lower.
For
though.
not
Like,
being one.
I think that's changing because we have the internet now. Like, it never gets criticized on TV, right? No one ever criticizes it on TV.
That's true, yeah.
So if it was back in the day,
Fox News, of
before the
course.
internet, if it was back in the day, no one would have a voice to criticize it. Some idiot bitch would say something in university, and then some other idiot would say something on TV, and then we'd be down in the bar going, "Does this seem right, guys? I mean, everyone's saying it. It doesn't seem right, though." But now that we have the internet, everyone can be like, "No, you're wrong." And like, I think it's going to go away soon. Not go away, but I think 2015, the end of 2015, is when SJWs started getting the attention of the public in a bad way.
Yeah.
And since then, I think they've been going down.
Yeah.
I think there was an actual count of like how many like percentage of females were feminists. It went from, I think it was 25% of females were feminists, and now it's like gone down to 15%, just because of the bad light and everything.
I've seen that too.
again, it's just been damage control for feminists. I mean, like the he for she movement and the whole Emma Watson campaign. Even the radical feminists, they've all resorted to
Oh,
damage.
Emma Watson is literally damage control.
I mean, like, and she's kind of like what like feminists should be, because frankly, she's not fucking radical. She just I don't want a person who is called
She's the absolute biggest hypocrite of what she says.
Like what?
She did some thing of like she gave some like talk about I think it was like gender roles and dating and stuff, and then she shut up because someone pointed out that she only dates like the most stereotypical like hyper masculine alpha males.
I didn't even know she was dating anyone, to be honest.
She dates people who are like star football captains who are like 6'9" with like giant shoulders and stuff.
Why would that,
like she dates like stereotypical alpha male.
Yeah, but isn't that just like a
no? But she was giving some.
She was talking.
She was talking about how like there's no what was it she was talking about? It was something to do with like men don't need to act in this like stereotypical way to get women, and then she's actually made posts like within the past like week of her doing this speech about how she doesn't want to date British guys because they're not masculine enough for her, and they're not aggressive enough and stuff like that.
I'd have to see those tweets. That just seems so unlike
yeah, she's a massive hypocrite.
I have to see those tweets. I mean, I'm not denying it. I just want to make sure. Again, I don't go on her account that often.
Do you just get?
It was a long time. It was like back when she first started it. Like that he for she thing. She did some like speech, and someone like pointed out that I refuse to date British guys. They're not aggressive enough and is not masculine enough. That's what she said.
Oh, shit, I'm so fucking
I
tired.
think the consequences of feminism are going to far outlive it. So even if they do become, if it becomes socially unacceptable to be a feminist, the consequences of the things they've done are going to last for decades and decades. So, like the damage that's done male and female relations have, the big control movements, in response to all of this stuff. I don't know. I don't really see us coming back, that quickly just by, pushing back against it. As far as, I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yeah. See, I'm just trying to like understand. Like again, like it's really hard to hear.
My microphone.
Yeah, I
can't. With my microphone.
It's not like it's not. I think it's like a receiving kind of end, because like you start we.
Yeah, I can't hear you really.
Yeah, at first we hear.
Okay, sorry about that. It's just my mic, I guess.
No, it's not. I don't think it's the mic. I think it's the connection, because like you start out fine, but then it just gets into warbles and it gets into really weird things.
Yeah, the longer you talk, the lower your voice goes,
Yeah.
but then there's background noise also.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I think it's a connection problem.
It might be.
Right. Well, anyways, I was just saying that I think that the consequences of feminism are going to far outlive any even if there is a bunch of backlash against it now. I think that, like I said, the consequences of feminism are going to last for several decades.
Yeah.
They already have all these laws passed and so on that favor women in almost every single area, and it's really destroyed male and female relations in general.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
to a degree.
It's sad.
I'm just super tired right now.
Yeah. You know what? I'm thinking I'm gonna end today, bro, guys, because it's like fucking three o'clock. So
6-8. I started at 11 o'clock and it's 6 o'clock now in the morning.
Holy shit.
I've been just doing straight podcasts for everyone. Everyone wants me to talk on their things.
This is actually, Yusuf, this is the first time I've actually seen you.
I've seen Yusuf around. That
I've
dirty
seen
little
everyone
anarcho-fascist.
except for Yusuf. I've seen everyone except for Yusuf.
He's around.
I'm all over the page.
I need to keep an eye out for you then. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna fucking sleep. You guys, keep chatting. Keep.
Same. I'm gonna sleep as well. But it was nice meeting you all.
That was talking.
Keep making politics and sociology great again, guys.
We're gonna make it great again. I think if we don't have a debate weekly, we should at least have some kind of like.
We should have a debate like weekly or monthly. I don't know. Probably weekly is better.
I think we can do it weekly. I mean, why not? You know.
Yeah.
We don't have to do it as fancy as this one.
No, we can have like just like a bunch of random people come in if they want to come in and just talk about it.
And that's what we did today, right? It would be nice to have a somewhat like topic or something at least, right?
But like we I think this.
What is the best anarcho state?
Yeah, dude, I would love to have an anarcho discussion. Like, let's have all the anarcho-communists and syndicalists and capitalists and whoever the fuck anarcho-fascists.
Oh, that's too
one. Fucking anarcho-fascists.
Okay, good night, guys.
All right, good night, man.
All right.
See
ya.
Oh,
Bye-bye.